Welcome to Mr. Nightbleed. Tonight, in 5 creepiest graves ever discovered across the US, we return to the forgotten corners of the country. Those quiet edges, where the living rarely linger, and where the wind moves through stones that should have stayed untouched. These are resting places that don't rest, graves that whisper, monuments that feel alive, and sites where something beneath the soil still pays attention. Every account you're about to hear is real, shared by those who have stood before these graves and felt a presence rising from the earth, watching them from just beyond the veil. My goal this month is to reach 4,000 subscribers, and yet almost 90% of viewers walk in, listen, and disappear back into the dark without subscribing. Don't be one of them. Join the darkness. Subscribe now. Before we begin, tell me in the comments where you're watching from and what hour of the night it is for you, and if there's a grave or cemetery near you that truly unsettles your soul. Type its name below. Because when the world sleeps and the soil settles, some things beneath it do not. Kill the lights. Silence the world. Take a slow breath, and let us begin. I did not plan on talking about this to anyone. Not like this. Not sitting in my car with the engine off and the dashboard clock stuck on 3:07 because the battery light came on an hour ago, and I am too scared to step out and lift the hood. But I cannot go home with this still sitting in my head. So I'm just going to say it the way it happened. And if someone finds this on my phone one day, then that is what it is, man. That is what it is. So listen, my name's Derek Lawson. I'm from the west side of Nacogdoches, Texas, and I work as a concrete guy, mostly, small contractor. But the county brings me in here and there when they need extra hands for maintenance or special projects. And that is how I ended up inside the old historic cemetery this fall, swinging a shovel around stones that were older than my grandpa, and pretending like it was just another job when it never was. Not from the start, not really. Even if I did not see it then, I remember that morning so clear because it was not special at all, which is exactly what messes me up. I woke up around 6:15. My alarm did not even have to ring because I am used to it now. Rolled out of bed, my back already stiff because we had been pouring a driveway the day before. My shoulder pops when I stretch. I remember I had half a leftover sausage biscuit from the gas station in the fridge. I heated it in the microwave until the bread got tough, and I ate it standing up in the kitchen, scrolling my phone with my thumb, watching some video about fixing a cracked slab. Nothing spooky, nothing weird, just concrete and guys arguing in the comments. I pulled on my old gray work shirt with the faded logo from a company I do not even work for anymore because the fabric is soft and it does not scratch my neck. There is this little rust-colored stain on the bottom hem from where I brushed up against rebar years ago, and I looked right at that stain and never thought it would end up being what I stared at later, like it was a target on my own chest. I poured cheap coffee into a travel mug that leaks a little at the lid. And if you tip it too far, and I got in my truck, the sun just starting to make the sky pale, but not really up yet. It was that nothing time where the streetlights are still on and the birds are quiet. You know the time I mean, like the day has not fully committed to starting yet. The county guy, Paul, had texted me the day before. Told me the Historical Society got a grant to do some kind of ground study and repair. In the old section of Oakwood, the historic cemetery off Lanana said they needed some extra labor for a few days, digging, mixing small batches, helping move dirt and stones. He said the pay would be easy. The work would be light compared to hauling bags of concrete in the heat. I said sure, thinking it would just be a change of scenery. I have driven by that cemetery my whole life. Man, you grow up around here, you just know it. Those big iron gates and the stone pillars, and that sign with the neat letters calling it historic, like that makes the graves friendlier somehow. I never liked looking at it at night, but I never thought of it as anything more than a place for the dead, quiet, separate, over there, not part of my life. So that morning I checked my phone at a red light. It said 7:02. I remembered because I told myself I would be on site by 7:15. And that made me feel organized, like I had control over my day. I pulled up by the side gate where the work trucks were. The air was damp. You know how it gets here. The kind of humidity that makes the stones sweat. The grass around the fence was wet, and my boots soaked through at the toes when I stepped out. And the first thing I noticed, and I did not even clock it as strange until later, was how quiet it was, even with the town just beyond those trees, the cars on North Street, the campus not that far. It felt like somebody put a lid over the sky. The sounds just did not carry right. My boots made this loud crunch on the gravel, like the cemetery did not have anything else to compete with that sound. Paul waved me over. He had a clipboard under his arm and his reflective vest on over a sweatshirt, because it was one of those mornings where it is not cold enough for a real coat, but you still feel it in your fingers, he said. You are late, then laughed and looked at his watch and said, I am kidding, we are just getting started. Then he introduced me to the lady from the Historical Society, Mrs. Connors, small woman, white hair pulled back tight, glasses on a chain. The whole thing. She shook my hand like it was a meeting in an office, not a job by the graves. And she talked about history and preservation and respect. I remember nodding a lot, not really listening, watching two guys from the city crew roll a ground-penetrating radar unit across the grass like they were vacuuming. It beeped soft every so often. That sound, man, that sound got in my head. Every time it beeped, I would look up, waiting for something to happen. Even though I knew it was just the machine, they had this plan, see, to map the older section. The part to the back where the stones are all tilted and the names are worn down, some of them leaning against each other like they are tired. They wanted to see which graves had shifted, where the voids were, where the soil had sunk. Then they would stabilize a few, maybe reset some headstones. All very official, very careful the way she said it, like we were caretakers more than workers, which I did not mind. I like doing things right. What she did not say, and what I only figured out at lunch, was that they already knew there was something off in one spot back there. She kept glancing at this printout, a little map with faint lines on it, a grid of the cemetery, and there was this circle drawn in red pen in the far back left corner, right up against the tree line, like the trouble had been marked before we even took one shovel to the grass. That morning, we started normal. We trimmed overgrown grass around some stones. We cleared fallen branches from that last storm. We picked up old plastic flowers that had fallen over and sun-faded wreaths that had turned this gray color that did not match any real plant. And I remember thinking it was not so bad. The work, the air, the way the light came through the trees, a little filtered but not spooky. The birds finally waking up. I even joked with one of the city guys, Marcus, that at least the clients here did not complain. He laughed, shook his head, said, "Man, do not say stuff like that in here. It was nothing, just talk." But he meant it. He had that look, like he knew something I did not. We broke around 11 for coffee under one of the big oaks, and that is when Mrs. Connors showed Paul the printout again, and they both looked toward that back corner, like they were checking if the cemetery was listening. Paul called me and Marcus and the other laborer, Joe, over, he said. "All right, we are going to do a test excavation in the northwest section." Then he pointed with his pencil, that little red circle, and said, "The radar shows something odd beneath one of the older plots. There is like a double reflection. It might just be a collapsed coffin or stones, but they want us to open it carefully, document it, then restore it." He said it like he did not care, like it was just dirt and wood. Mrs. Connors was more careful with her words. She said, "This is a controlled exhumation. The family no longer has direct descendants in the area. We have permission. We will treat everything with respect. I swear to God," she said those words. With respect. Like she was warning someone. Not us, someone else. And I should have listened to the way the wind shifted when she said it. How the leaves rustled all at once and then went still. But you do not think like that when you have a shovel in your hand and a day rate on your mind. You just nod and say, "Yes, ma'am," and follow the clipboard. So that is what we did. We grabbed shovels and tarps and one of those plastic fold-out tables for tools and tags, and we walked back to the northwest corner, past rows I had never noticed from the road, stones with angels whose faces had melted away from rain, markers that were just rocks someone had dragged there, little lamb carvings for kids that made my stomach twist. And as we went farther back, the air did this thing. I do not know how to explain it right. Like it got thicker, but not colder. Like walking into a room where somebody was just arguing and stopped when you opened the door. That heavy feeling, like the space was still holding its breath. Marcus said, "You feel that?" And Joe told him to shut up. But he smiled when he said it, like he was trying to keep it light. The grave we were supposed to open was almost at the fence line. There was a big live oak behind it, roots pushing up the ground. The headstone was tall and narrow, leaning just a little, not enough to be broken, just tired. The name was worn, but you could still read it if you got close, which I did. The carved letters said something like Abram or Abner. I could not tell if that third letter was a R or an M. Last name started with H, maybe Hargis or Harlan. The dates were late 1800s. That is all I remember. But here is the first thing that should have told me this was wrong. When I looked at the year, my brain did this little misfire. It read 1874 to 1899, clear as day. And I remember thinking, wow, he was only 25, and feeling this little pang about that. Then Mrs. Connors called my name, and I looked over my shoulder. And when I looked back at the stone, just a second later, man, I swear to God, the dates did not line up in my head the same way. Like my memory of the numbers and the numbers on the stone did not match. I could not say what changed, just that I suddenly was not sure if he was 25 or older or younger. And for some reason that bothered me more than it should have. Like trying to remember a phone number you have dialed your whole life, and suddenly it feels wrong under your fingers. I told myself it was just the worn stone, just my eyes, shrugged it off, dismiss it. That is what you do with the first crack. You patch it with reason. We measured the plot, marked out a neat rectangle in spray paint on the grass, a little bigger than the original grave to give us room. Marcus joked about drawing crime scene outlines. Nobody laughed that time. Then we started to dig. We took the first few inches of sod off in sections, stacking the squares neatly on a tarp so they could be replaced later. It smelled like wet roots and earth. Not bad, just strong. And there were worms and little white grubs that made Joe flinch. He said he hated those things more than anything. We kept going, layer by layer, making a clean rectangle, the edges straight. Mrs. Connors paced near the fence, holding that printout. Sometimes she would look up and watch us with this tight mouth, like she wanted us to hurry, but also wanted us to stop. The weird feeling got worse the deeper we went. Not in a jump scare way, just this quiet pressure. Like the air between me and the bottom of the hole was different from the air up top. You know when you walk into an old house and the smell changes, like dust and something else? It was like that, but with soil. After maybe 3 feet down, Marcus's shovel hit something soft, but resistant. Not rock, not root. It made this dull, heavy sound, like hitting wet cardboard. He froze, looked at me. Then Paul, who had come over by then, Paul said, "Easy. That is probably the coffin lid. Go slow." We brushed dirt away with the shovels first, then with our hands. Mrs. Connors handed down a small brush, like the kind you see in archaeology videos, and we used that along the edges. The wood showed up, dark and damp, but solid. More solid than I expected for something that old. It was like the soil had preserved it. When we cleared the top, we saw the shape. Regular rectangular box. Nothing fancy. No carving, no handles visible yet. Just a coffin, I told myself. Just a coffin. But the radar had shown a double reflection, remember? So I was waiting for some weird cavity underneath. Or stains. Not this. Not what we found when we cleared more. Because as we brushed away the soil along the sides, my fingers found another edge. Lower, like another layer of wood. Paul frowned, squinted, said, "That cannot be right. We have to document this." And he called out to Mrs. Connors. She leaned over the edge, her glasses slipping down her nose. And I saw that circle on the printout again, right where we were, she said. The scan suggested an anomaly at depth. Maybe a void, maybe stones, I do not know. And Paul said, "Well, it looks like there is a second structure under this one. And I swear to you, man," my stomach dropped for no reason at all at that word. Structure. Like we were not in a grave anymore. Like we were on something else. We cleared around the coffin enough to see the outline. Then Paul told us to take a break while he made a few calls. Chain of custody, photos, all that. We climbed out of the hole and sat on the ground. I leaned my back against a nearby stone. Not that one, a different one. And I took my gloves off and flexed my fingers. They were already sore. Marcus lit a cigarette a few yards away from Mrs. Connors, because she had made a face earlier when he tried to smoke near the gate. I checked my phone. 12:23. The screen was smudged with dirt. I had 3 notifications, all junk. Nothing about what we were doing, nothing to warn me, obviously. Because who would send that message? Nobody holds up a sign that says you are about to step over a line you do not get to step back from. When the county van pulled up 15 minutes later, 2 more people got out. One guy from the coroner's office and another from some archaeology program. Both of them in clean clothes, notebooks in hand. They looked down into the grave with that detached interest of people who think they have seen it all. The coroner guy, tall with a beard, said, "All right, we will document. Then you guys can open the lid. Just be careful." We climbed back down. Paul handed me a crowbar. My palms were sweaty even through the gloves. And he told me to work on the corner where the wood looked least fragile. We pried gently. The nails gave with this soft crackling sound. The smell that came up was not what I expected. There was no rot stink like in movies. It was more like wet earth and old wood and something metallic, like rusty water. My eyes watered anyway, maybe from the dust, maybe from nerves. We lifted the lid slowly, propped it against the side of the grave, and everyone leaned in. The coroner's guy with his phone camera, the archaeology guy with his little notebook, Mrs. Connors gripping the edge of the hole like she was afraid we were all going to fall in. What I saw first, and what I will never unsee no matter how hard I try, was not a skull or some dramatic thing. It was cloth, dark scraps pressed down tight, like the body had been wrapped in layers that had collapsed inward. And a shape under that, long, the length of a man. The coroner cleared his throat, said, "All right, looks standard so far." But he did not sound sure. It was what came next that broke him too, I think. We brushed away more of the loose soil that had sifted in around the edges. And as we did that, the outline of the body underneath the cloth showed in a way that was wrong. The chest cavity looked wider than it should be, like 2 rib cages overlapping. And toward the middle, where the sternum should have been, there was this ridge that did not belong, like a second spine or something pressed up against the first. The archaeology guy muttered, "That is unusual." He tried to sound clinical, but his voice shook in spite of himself. Then Marcus's hand, brushing near the lower half, hit open space where there should have been solid ground. You know that feeling when you expect support under your foot, and there is nothing? He jerked back, said, "There is a gap here." Paul told him to hold the work light over that spot. Even though it was midday, the light helped cut the shadows, and when the beam hit that lower section, we all saw it. The way the coffin did not end where it should have. Like there was a second compartment or box beneath, offset just enough that the original lid had not covered it. Built into the same footprint, but deeper. The radar had not been wrong. There were 2, one inside the other, like someone stacked them or fused them. The coroner swore under his breath, without saying an actual bad word. Just this noise that told me he was shaken. He said, "You do not normally see double interments in this kind of coffin." And the archaeology guy said, "Not like this." No, they were talking around it, not saying what we were all thinking, which is that somebody had buried 2 people in one coffin, and it was not done with care, not with respect, not with any kind of normal practice, Mrs. Connors whispered. This plot was only recorded as one individual. That is when she said the name out loud, the first name, the one on the stone. Her voice snagged on it a little, like the air did not want to carry it. And as soon as she said it, something small in the dirt at my feet shifted. A little pebble, or clump, just rolled on its own. I heard it, this tiny scrape, and I looked down. But there was nothing that should have moved. That was the first tiny thing, one of so many. We had to widen the opening, Paul said, to see the second structure, so we chipped away more dirt at the side, careful not to damage anything. Every time my shovel bit into the ground near the lower coffin, that thick feeling in the air got worse, like the hole was exhaling, and it did not like us breathing the same air. Finally, we exposed enough of the lower level to see that it was not a separate coffin. In the way you would think, not a neat second box, but an extension, like someone had dug deeper and then built out a nook inside. Same width, but a little shorter. And in that recess, on its side, was another shape, smaller, curled, like someone had been forced in sideways. The bones were not fully visible yet. Just the impression under collapsed cloth and soil. But the line of what had to be a skull was too easy to recognize. It was turned toward the upper body. That was the worst part. Both of them, one above, one below, facing each other through the wood and dirt that separated them, as if they had been placed to look right at each other forever. I felt my heart beating in my throat. Man, like it was trying to get out, the coroner said. We will need to document this carefully. And he leaned closer, shining his phone light on the upper skull as he brushed away a bit more soil from where he expected it to be. It slid into view, yellowed bone, empty sockets, just like you would imagine. But the jaw, that is what he froze on. The jaw was open, wider than it should have been. That is what he said anyway later, that it looked wrong. Like it had been forced open past where it was supposed to go. And along the edges of the mandible, there were these marks, indentations in a neat row, like little half circles pressed into the bone. Not jagged like an animal bite, not rough like damage from tools. They were too regular, too clean. The coroner lowered the light, his hand shaking now, and he said, "These look like human bite marks, but that does not make sense. It could have been someone chewing on bones after exhumation decades ago." He tried to make it rational, but you could tell he did not buy his own words. Then the archaeology guy, who was still focused on the lower body, gasped. He leaned back so fast he hit the dirt wall behind him, and he pointed at where the lower skull must have been. "But I could not see it from my angle," he said. No, that is," and he did not finish. He just shook his head. We all shifted to get a better look, crowding the grave, our boots scraping, little bits of soil dropping down from the edges. And Paul told us to calm down, one at a time, but nobody listened. When I finally got a clean view, I saw what made the archaeology guy react like that. The lower skull was there, turned upward, mouth also open, but not just randomly. It was aligned, the teeth angled up as if they had been pressed toward the upper skull above, and on its jaw too. There were marks, shallow grooves along the bone, not as pronounced as the ones on the upper jaw, but matching, like two sets of teeth had pressed against each other. Through something. The coroner cleared his throat again, too loud in that little hole, and he said, "It is possible these are just post-mortem artifacts, the soil, the pressure." But he did not sound like he believed it. And then he said, "There is no room in here for a third set of teeth to have made those marks in situ." That is exactly how he said it. Like he was reading from a textbook and realizing the words did not fit. Mrs. Connors had gone quiet, completely. She was staring down with her hand over her mouth. Her glasses had fogged slightly. The work light flickered, just once, like the connection was loose to the generator. But we had checked it earlier. It should have been fine. The light steadied, but in that blink, I lost track of where everyone was in that grave. For a second, I felt like there were more shapes in there than just us. And the bodies, I told myself. I was being dramatic. That working by graves does that to people, plays with your mind. And I tried to focus on the checklist Paul gave us. Inventory this, tag that. Think about process, not about how the upper skull's open mouth, when the light hit it at a certain angle, looked like it was still in mid-scream, frozen, with that last sound never finished. Marcus whispered, "Dude," they were facing each other, and Joe snapped at him to shut up again, but softer this time. No laugh. Nobody wanted to say what we were seeing out loud, that two people had been put in that hole in a way that did not match any respectful burial, and that something had happened between them in that closed darkness that left marks on bone no living hand from outside could have made. Paul finally called it. He said we were going to cover the grave for the day, secure it with tarp and plywood, until they could figure out how to proceed. Too much paperwork, he joked, but his smile did not reach his eyes. We climbed out one by one, and I felt this pull when I put my hand on the edge of the grave to haul myself up, like the soil did not want to let go of my fingers, like something under there was leaning up to keep me close. When I wiped my hand on my pants, there was a streak of damp earth, darker than the rest. Like it came from deeper down. It left a faint stain that did not wash out. That is the one I stared at later, on my shirt. That same color. We laid plywood over the opening, stacked sandbags to hold it, covered it with a green tarp that matched nothing else around. It stood out like a bandage, Mrs. Connors said in this reedy voice. "We will reconvene tomorrow," and she walked off without looking back. The coroner left too, fast, with a promise to file something. And the archaeology guy sat on the ground for a bit, writing in his notebook with his hands shaking, his pen scratching out lines that I know made no sense later. Because how do you turn that into data? The rest of the day we did busy work, trimming branches, clearing more debris, but we all kept glancing toward that tarp, like expecting it to move. It did not. Not while we watched, anyway. I went home that night, trying to convince myself it was just a weird burial. People in the past did strange things, right? Cultures, customs, all that. But I could not stop seeing those marks on the bone every time I closed my eyes, like neat little half moons, rows of teeth pressed right into the jaw, and the way the two skulls were aligned, as if someone had pushed their faces together. The rest of the house felt wrong, the TV too loud, the kitchen too bright. I ate leftover casserole without tasting it. I kept checking my reflection in the dark window, half expecting to see someone standing behind me. There was not, of course. But every time I blinked, I was back in that hole. I slept in fits, kept jerking awake, thinking I heard soil shifting in the hallway. It was stupid. I knew it was stupid, but my brain did not care what I knew. It only cared what I had seen. The next morning, I almost did not go back. I thought about calling Paul and saying I was sick. My hand hovered over my phone. But old habits kicked in. You do not skip work around here just because you had a bad dream. You show up. That is what I was taught. So I put my boots on again, pulled the same gray shirt on, stared at that rust-colored stain near the hem, and told myself it looked like nothing at all. Just old metal. I drove back to the cemetery. The sky was clear, brighter than the day before, the air less heavy. I thought maybe it was over. Maybe yesterday was just a fluke. When I pulled in, there were fewer vehicles. No coroner van, just Paul's truck, the city crew truck, and Mrs. Connors' little sedan. She was sitting in it, hands at 10 and 2, staring straight ahead. Even though the engine was off, when she saw me, she startled like she had forgotten where she was. Then she got out and smoothed her skirt, tried to act normal, but her face looked older somehow. Paul told us the plan was to stabilize the edges, take more measurements, but not disturb anything further until the county and maybe the state decided what to do. That should have made me feel better. That meant no more digging into that recess, no more staring at bone. But it did not help, because leaving them like that, face to face, under a tarp, felt worse in some way. Like leaving a wound half opened. We started our tasks again. It was routine, But the cemetery did not feel the same. The birds were mostly quiet. The traffic from the street sounded farther away, like someone had turned the volume down on everything that was not the graves. I trimmed around some stones near the center, and every time I straightened up and turned, my eyes landed on the far corner, on that little unnatural mound with the tarp. The wind barely touched it, even when it moved the leaves in the other trees. About mid-morning, Marcus and Joe were sent to check the sandbags and make sure no animals had disturbed the cover. I watched them go, saw Marcus step onto the tarp with one boot, before Joe hissed at him to step off. Superstitious, I guess. They knelt at the edge, lifted one corner to look underneath, just to be sure the plywood had not shifted. Marcus called out, "It is fine, all good." But his voice sounded off, too flat when they came back. Marcus would not look directly at me for a bit. His gaze kept sliding away. When I finally got him alone by the tool shed, I asked, "What did you see?" And he said, "Nothing, man. It is fine. Sealed up then." After a second, he added, "But it did not smell the same." I said, "Like what?" He shrugged, like he was trying to dislodge the thought. He said, "Like the dirt down there was fresh, like someone turned it over during the night, but nobody did." I asked Paul later. I said, "Did anyone come out here after we left? Maybe security, maybe the cops?" He said no, the gates had been locked. Nobody signed in. Without thinking, I said, "Then who moved the air?" He gave me this look like I was talking nonsense, and I shut up because I did not have the words for it. That second day passed with this slow crawl of dread. Nothing dramatic, just little wrong things. Tools not where we left them. A rake leaning against a stone we had not even worked near. My thermos that I put down by one row and found 2 rows over. Nobody admitting they moved it. Maybe we forgot, sure, maybe that is the easy answer. But it builds up, each small thing stacking on the last until you are standing there at noon with sweat down your back, even though the air is cool, and you realize you have checked over your shoulder 5 times in as many minutes because you cannot shake the feeling of eyes on you from somewhere low, somewhere under. That night, I did not even pretend to try to relax. I drove past my street on purpose, took the long way home, avoiding any route that went by a cemetery, even the little one by the church on the hill. When I finally turned into my driveway, I sat there in the truck for a long time with the engine off, listening to the ticking of the cooling metal, telling myself I was safe, that bones are just bones, that they cannot hurt anyone, and that whatever happened between those two down there had been done and over for more than 100 years. I almost believed it too, until my phone buzzed in my hand, and I looked down and saw a message from a number I did not recognize. The text just said, "Stop opening what was closed." I stared at it, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I typed back, "Who is this?" Nothing. No reply. I clicked the callback option. It rang once, then went to a generic voicemail. No name, just a mechanical voice. I hung up, looked at the timestamp. It had been sent at 7:13, right around when I had driven past the little church graveyard on the highway. Instead of my usual route, I told myself it was a wrong number, somebody texting the wrong person. But my hands were shaking too hard for that to sit right. I deleted the message, like that would delete what it did to me. It did not. Obviously, today, the 3rd day, is when it went from weird to something else, to what I cannot file away, to what has me sitting here in my car, by the cemetery gate at 3 in the morning, talking into a cracked phone screen because I cannot be in my own house, and I cannot be inside those gates, and I cannot be anywhere else. Not really. This morning started later. We were not supposed to be there until 9 because they had a small tour group coming through the front section, some school thing. Mrs. Connors wanted us in the back by the time they arrived, so the kids would not see the tarp and ask questions. When I pulled up, the sky was already bright, but the light felt thin, like somebody had scraped a layer off it. Marcus's truck was parked crooked, half up on the grass, which he never does because he is particular about his paint job. Joe was not there yet. Paul looked tired, like he had not slept either, he said. We will just do a couple more hours today. Then we are shutting this whole thing down until the county decides. And I felt this rush of relief. Like maybe we would walk away from this with a story about a strange double burial and nothing more. Something to tell around a grill in a few years. Something that would get exaggerated and laughed about. That is what I thought. Right up until we walked around the bend and saw the tarp. Or more specifically, what was missing under it. The sandbags had been shoved aside in a way that did not look like wind, too deliberate, and the tarp itself had been pulled back halfway, enough to expose the plywood, which should have still been covering the grave, but it was not. One of the sheets was tilted up at an angle. The other looked like it had been shoved down into the opening, like someone had forced their way in or out. Marcus swore without actually saying anything. Just this strangled sound. Paul yelled, "Who did this?" His voice echoing against the stones. Nobody answered, of course, because we were the first ones in. The lock on the side gate was still closed. The way he left it yesterday. He checked the front gate, also locked. No sign of a cut chain. No footprints in the damp grass that did not belong to us. We circled the grave, my heart pounding, and then we saw the soil. It was not neat anymore. Not the clean rectangle we had cut. The edges were crumbled and the inside looked churned, like something had pushed up from underneath. I did not want to look, man, but I did. I peered over the edge, expecting, I do not know, expecting to see those skulls staring back, mouths still open, but there was less there than yesterday, not more. Large sections of the cloth had collapsed further, and parts of the bones that had been clearly visible were now obscured by loose soil, like the ground had tried to swallow them again and had not finished the job. The work light was still down there, knocked on its side, lens cracked, even though we had taken it out when we left. I remember hauling it up myself. It should not have been there. Marcus whispered, "No, man, no, we locked this." Paul climbed down, against everything in me screaming not to. He tested the soil, poked at the edge with his boot, said, "This could be settling, undermining from below." I said, "How?" He did not answer. The coroner guy showed up an hour later, after a barrage of phone calls. He looked worse than all of us, like he had aged a year overnight. He leaned over the edge, looked down, and for a second, I thought he was going to be sick. He did not go in, not this time. He told us to stay out too. He took photos from above instead. The way his hands shook, the phone nearly slipped. Mrs. Connors arrived soon after. And when she saw the state of the grave, she stopped several feet away and refused to go closer. She said something under her breath. A prayer, maybe? I caught only. They were not meant to be disturbed, over and over. I wanted to tell her it was her idea, her red circle on that printout. But I kept my mouth shut. The county called for the excavation to be halted, officially. That should have been the end for me. Pack up, go home, let other people with degrees and clipboards deal with it. But it was not, because something had already gotten its hooks in me. And I do not mean that like a story. I mean, I felt it. Every time I tried to walk away from that section, my feet would slow, my head would turn back, drawn to that opening, like there was a rope tied between my chest and the edge of that grave, when they finally covered it properly. Concrete panels this time, bolted brackets, the whole 9 yards. I did not feel relief. I felt this weird panic, like we had just shut something in with no air. I know how that sounds. I do. But it is what I felt. The day ended early. They sent us home, told us not to talk about it to anyone, said there might be reporters eventually. And they wanted to control the narrative. Marcus said, "You will not catch me talking about this to anyone." And I believed him. Joe just said, "I am done. I am not coming back." And he left without even changing out of his boots. I went to my truck, put my hand on the door handle, and that is when I heard it, clear as if someone was standing 10 feet behind me. A voice, low, not a shout, almost conversational, right in my ear, even though there was no breath on my neck. It said, "Derek," like it knew me, like it had always known me. Not a question, not a call, just my name, spoken the way my mother used to say it when she wanted me to really pay attention. I froze, every muscle locking up, my hand still on the handle, my thumb turning white around the metal. I did not want to turn around, and I did not want to not turn around. Both options felt like stepping off a ledge. In the end, I chose the one that felt like control. I turned, slow, my boots grinding in the gravel, and there was nobody there. Of course, the nearest person was 20 yards away by the maintenance shed, not even looking at me. The air was still, no wind, no obvious source. My heart was beating so loud I could hear it in my ears. I told myself my brain had supplied the voice, that I was spooking myself. But then my phone buzzed in my pocket and I almost dropped my keys. I pulled it out, expecting another unknown number, but it was my call log, open without me touching anything. A number highlighted, the same unknown one from last night. I did not press dial, but the little icon showed it had been called at 2:37 that afternoon, while I was up near the grave hauling boards. I had not used my phone then. My gloves were on, my phone was zipped in my jacket pocket, and I know I did not but dial. The timing made no sense. The call was only 4 seconds long, no connection, just a ring. The voicemail icon flashed again, a new message. My thumb hovered over it. I knew better. I opened it anyway, held it to my ear, expecting to hear static or a butt dial recording of my own voice. Instead, I heard what sounded like two people breathing. One faster, shallow, one slower, deeper, layered over each other. And under that, faint. This grinding squeak, like wood under strain or teeth on bone. I hung up before it finished, my hand numb. I wanted to throw the phone, but I could not. It felt stuck to me, like if I let it out of my sight, it would end up somewhere worse. On my pillow, maybe. Or on that stone with the worn name. I drove home on autopilot. I do not remember the turns. I only remember hitting every red light and seeing my own face in the rearview mirror. Pale. Eyes too wide. Every time I checked it, I half expected to see someone sitting in the back seat between the headrests. I got home, went inside, and for a couple hours, I tried to pretend life was normal. I turned on the TV. I made a sandwich. I answered a text from my sister about some family thing. I did not tell her where I had been working, what I had seen, because how do you even start that? Hey, remember that old cemetery from field trips? Guess what they had buried in the back corner? As the evening wore on, the house did that thing where it settles, random pops and ticks, and every single sound made me jump. By 10 o'clock, I could not take it anymore. I turned the TV off, and the silence came down so hard it felt like a weight. I thought maybe if I went to bed early, shut my eyes, forced sleep, I could get past this. But when I lay down, the dark over my head felt like soil, not ceiling. I could not breathe right. Every inhale felt like breathed in dirt. I got back up, paced the living room, checked the locks twice, 3 times, told myself I was being stupid, that nothing in that grave could get to me here. Not physically. That is what I kept saying. Physically. Like that would help. Around midnight, my phone buzzed again. This time, it was a notification from the voicemail app, even though I had not heard the phone ring. I opened it with this horrible curiosity, like picking a scab. You know you should leave alone. There was a new message from the same unknown number. The timestamp said 11:58. I hit play, put the phone on speaker. I did not want it touching my ear anymore. At first, there was nothing, just a low hum. Then, slowly, a scraping sound, regular, rhythmic, like someone dragging something heavy over wood. Then 2 breaths again, one fast, one slow, layered. Then a faint tap, 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 like teeth bumping against teeth. And then very faint, but I heard it, because my name sounds wrong in any mouth but the ones I know. The slow voice whispering. We did not get to finish. The way the word finish dragged a little. Like the tongue that formed it was dry. I slammed the phone face down on the table so hard, the screen cracked a little more. My own name was still ringing in my ears. Even after the sound cut out, I wanted to throw the phone in the sink and run the garbage disposal. grind it into plastic dust. But another part of me, the part that knows how things work, said, if you destroy it, how will you know when the next message comes? That thought made me sit down real fast, like my knees forgot how to hold me. That is when I noticed my hands, both of them, shaking so bad my fingers blurred. The same fingers that had brushed old wood and sifted damp soil at the edge of that coffin. I looked at my nails, and for a second, I swear I saw dirt there that I had already washed off twice. Dark, packed tight. I scrubbed them in the sink until the skin went red, until soap stung the little cracks. But I could still feel it. Phantom grit, wedged under the nail beds, like it belonged there. I do not know when I decided to come back here. Exactly. I just remember looking at the clock and seeing 2:30 and realizing there was no way I was going to sleep, and that all the walls in my house felt too close, like they were leaning in. I grabbed my keys, my phone, and I drove. No radio, no podcasts, nothing. Just the sound of my tires on the road and my own breathing. And every once in a while, this tiny crackle from the phone speaker. Even though it was dark, not on a call, the streets were empty. Even the usual late-night lights in that one window on Main were off. And when I turned onto the road that runs along the cemetery fence, the world did this weird thing, like somebody turned the contrast down. The houses across the street looked flat. The streetlights threw light that did not seem to land anywhere. It just hung in the air. And the fence, with its black iron bars and stone pillars, looked closer than it should have, like it had edged up to the road while nobody was looking. I parked by the side gate, the same one we used, my headlight beams catching the reflective strip on the chain, casting these long shadows of the bars across the gravel. I turned the engine off, but I could not make myself turn the headlights off, so they stayed on, pointing at the gate like I was afraid it would move if I let it sit in the dark. The dashboard clock read 3:01. It has been stuck there since, even though time clearly has not stopped because I have been talking. My phone says 3:47 right now, but that clock has not moved. I can see the condensation on the inside of the windshield where my breath hits it. There is no one else around, not a single other car, no security, nobody, just me and the fence, and what is on the other side of it. And I know what you are thinking. You are thinking, why not go home? Why stay there? Why park right next to the thing that scares you? I wish I had a smart answer. I do not. The only one I have is this. I feel like if I put more distance between me and that grave without saying this, without getting it all out, it will just follow me. It will close the space anyway. At least here, sitting in sight of where it started, I know where it is, or I think I do. I keep expecting to see movement between the stones, some shape slipping from one row to the next. Nothing big, nothing dramatic, just a shift, a shadow where there should not be one. So far, nothing. But it does not make me feel better, because the feeling of being watched is not coming from outside the car. Not really. It is coming from underneath, like the ground is closer to my feet than it should be. Like the tires are not enough to keep what is in the soil from pressing up. Earlier, while I was talking, I dropped my phone between the seats. It slid down near the floor mat. When I reached down to grab it, my fingers brushed the mat. And there was this moment, a fraction of a second, where I could have sworn I felt something press back. Not hard, just a gentle answering pressure from the underside, like there was another hand reaching up through the metal and rubber to touch mine. I yanked my hand back so fast I hit it on the steering column. There is a little scrape on my knuckle now. No blood, just skin. But the mark stares at me, a pale half circle, like a reversed bite. I know this sounds like I am losing it. Maybe I am. But more than scared, I am tired, man. I am so tired. Not the kind sleep fixes, either. It is like that grave opened up a seam in time, and some part of me is still standing at the edge, looking down, watching two bodies lie face to face in a box that was never meant for them, wondering how long they lay there in the dark before their teeth found each other. wondering how many times the soil has shifted since and tried to close the story, and how many times someone like us, with shovels and clipboards and good intentions, has come along and opened it right back up. I keep thinking about the dates on that stone, the way they would not sit right in my head, like the numbers did not want to be remembered properly. If you asked me right now to tell you what they were, I could not. I see them in my mind and they slide. The first 8 turns into a 9. The 4 becomes a 3. The dash moves. It is like the stone is still updating itself somewhere I cannot see, adjusting to fit a history I am not supposed to know. I have not gone back there, not past the gate. I will not tonight, maybe not ever. I know if I walk down that path, past the newer stones, into that older section, the air will change again. That thick, held breath feeling will hit me. And if I keep going, if I stand on that new slab they bolted over the grave, if I stand right over where their jaws still sit open, I will hear that voice again. Not in my ear this time, but under my feet, vibrating up through my bones. Not saying my name, not asking for anything, just continuing whatever word was interrupted when the lid closed on them the first time. That is what gets me the most. You know, not the impossible bite marks, not the calls, not the messages from a number that does not show up on any search, not even the way my own reflection looks a little less solid in the side window right now. It is the thought that they were in that box together, no room to move, their jaws forcing against each other's bones, trying to finish something that did not begin in the ground. And that when we opened that coffin, we did not just find them. We let that unfinished thing out, like opening a mouth that had been stuck mid-word for over a century. And now that word is hanging open in the air over this whole town, waiting to land on something, on someone, maybe on me, maybe on you. If you ever come by this cemetery, even if you just drive by and glance at the fence, and you start to feel like you are being watched from a spot you cannot see, from a depth you cannot measure, I keep telling myself when the sun comes up, I will feel different, that this will shrink in daylight. But deep down, I know that light will not reach where they are. That concrete slab is not thick enough to block whatever got its teeth into those bones. That is why I am saying this. Right now, into this cracked glass, my voice shaking, my thoughts looping, because I need there to be proof that I tried to put it into words before it eats the ones I have, and because I need you to understand why, from now on, if I am driving and I see headstones out of the corner of my eye, I will turn down any side street I can find. I do not care if it takes me an extra 30 minutes to get where I am going. I will not walk past cemeteries anymore. I will not cut through them. I will not stand at anyone's grave, not even my own father's. I am sorry about that, Dad, but I cannot. I cannot stand over ground and not think of what might be under it, what teeth might be waiting. I will take the long way every time, and if I cannot avoid them, if one day I end up stuck in traffic right alongside a fence like this one, I will turn the radio up as loud as it goes to drown out any voice that tries to whisper my name from the other side, because I know now they are not resting in peace in there. They are still turned toward each other, mouths open, waiting for someone to open the lid again, just a little wider, so they can finish what they started. And I am terrified that somehow I already did. My name's Daniel Mercer. I'm from the edge of Blackwater, out in northern West Virginia, just past the old cemetery where the road narrows and the trees lean over. And I work as a backhoe operator for the county crew, mostly digging foundations, clearing ditches, and doing the kind of dirt work nobody thinks about until it is not done right. And I'm telling you this sitting in my car by that same cemetery gate, with the engine off because the battery light has been coming on, and I'm scared to even start it. And it is after 3 a.m, and my hands are still shaking so bad I keep dropping the phone. So if I sound all over the place, just listen, man. Just stay with me, because I need to get this out before I lose my nerve again. Today started like any other day. That is the stupid thing that gets me. because you always think there is going to be some sign. Some weird feeling, but it was just cold and gray like most mornings here. And I had half a cup of coffee that tasted burned because the machine at the shop has been acting up. And I grabbed one of those gas station breakfast sandwiches that always leak cheese down the front of your shirt. And sure enough, I got a yellow stain right on the pocket of my work shirt, on the left side. And I remember swearing under my breath about it and then laughing, because who was I trying to impress pushing dirt all day, right? And I checked the time on my phone before I walked out to the yard. It was 6:41. I remember that number clear as anything, because I looked at it and thought I was running late, but I still had time to stand by the fence and smoke half a cigarette before the foreman pulled up. The shirt was the gray one with the Little County logo, half peeled off, and the button at the collar has been missing for months, so it flaps open when the wind hits. And I just remember thinking I should have done laundry last night so I could wear the heavier one, because the air was that kind of wet cold that crawls through thin fabric and sits on your skin. I got to the yard, clocked in on the busted little time clock in the office that always jams if you punch too fast, and the foreman, Evans, was already there with a thermos and a clipboard, tapping his pen like he was mad at the paper, and he just jerked his chin at me and said we were headed back out to Green Hollow Cemetery again to keep going on the expansion, the same job we had been doing all week. They are adding another section to the cemetery out here, because people keep dying and the town keeps pretending it is growing, I guess. And the old area is pretty full, headstones leaning every which way, and names worn off the older ones. And someone on the council decided we needed more plots, and we needed them fast. So all week, it has been the same thing, man. Loading up the backhoe on the trailer, hauling it out there, and cutting into the hill behind the last row of stones so they can make nice straight lines of graves someday for families to cry over. Nothing strange, nothing special. We stopped at the little store on the way out, the one with the busted sign and the coffee that tastes like it has been sitting since last winter. And I bought a second cup and a pack of those cheap powdered donuts. And we joked about the weather because the sky looked like it wanted to rain, but did not quite commit. It was maybe mid-morning by the time we rumbled up the gravel drive to the cemetery. That crunching sound under the truck tires that you just kind of tune out after a while. And the first thing I noticed, but did not think about then, was how quiet it was. Usually, you can hear at least one car out on the main road, or somebody's dog barking from the houses nearby. But it was just this heavy kind of quiet, like everything around the hill had a blanket over it. I remember opening the truck door and the cold, wet air hitting my face, and the smell of cut grass and damp earth from where we had stripped the top layer the day before, and the plastic flowers on some of the older graves down the slope were rattling a little, even though I swear to you, there was hardly any wind at all. We parked near the maintenance shed, the one with the faded green paint and the rusty padlock that never actually gets locked, and I fired up the backhoe, letting it sit and idle while Evans walked the site to look at the spray paint lines and the little flags marking where the new perimeter was supposed to go. There were 3 of us out there that day, me, Evans, and a younger guy named Mark that started a couple of months back, skinny kid, always on his phone during breaks. He was complaining about his boots already being wet from yesterday, and I just told him to stop stepping in puddles if he did not like it. And he called me old, and we laughed. Just regular, dumb crew talk. That is what I keep replaying in my head, how normal it all sounded, you know. I swung the boom over and started biting into the hillside, peeling back layers of dirt and rock, dumping it to the side where they would level and compact it later. The soil back there is dark, almost black in some spots, and it sticks to everything when it is damp. We had to watch for old tree roots, because there used to be a fence line back there, years before my time, and some of the rotted posts were still buried in there like bad teeth. I was focused on not hitting any rocks big enough to throw the machine off balance when I felt the teeth of the bucket scrape something that did not give like dirt or stone. It made this ugly sort of grinding, dragging sound. I felt it up through the controls, a different kind of resistance. And my first thought was that I had clipped some buried junk, like old metal or concrete, someone dumped back before they cared about codes. I backed off, lowered the bucket, and took another shallow pass, trying to expose whatever it was. And that is when the edge of the coffin came into view. At first, it did not even register as that. It just looked like old wood, darker than the soil around it, with something tangled around it. I hit the kill switch on the machine, and the sudden silence made my ears ring after the engine noise, and I waved the other two over. We climbed down into the cut, boots sinking a little into the loose dirt, and stood over it. The three of us just kind of stared for a second, because it was deeper than any of the marked graves on the map we had been given, and there was no stake or marker indicating anything buried there. It was just this old wooden box, a little narrower than the standard ones we see now, with heavy chains wrapped around it in a crisscross pattern. The chains were rusted, but not completely gone. You could still see where they overlapped, and they were held in place with these big iron nails driven straight through into the wood at the corners and along the sides. I remember the way the nails looked, the heads rough and hand-hammered, not smooth like the ones you buy at the store. And there was this ugly dark stain around some of them where the rust had bled into the wood and then into the dirt. There was no nameplate, no stone, nothing, just that box and those chains. Evans muttered something about how this was not on any of the plans. And he pulled the folded map out of his jacket, smoothing it with his glove and checking the grid lines, his finger tracing where we were standing. According to that paper, there was supposed to be nothing here but untouched hill and some old roots. His pen was tapping again, faster now. Mark said it looked like something out of a bad movie and laughed, but it was that thin kind of laugh you use when you are not actually amused at all. We all agreed we would need to call the office, maybe the city, because you cannot just dig up a box like that and pretend you did not. We were talking about it, about who would make the call and how much paperwork it was going to be, when it happened. It started like this tiny little sound that I thought at first was just the gravel shifting under the truck tires on the road. Even though the truck was not moving, it was soft, like someone talking from far away with their mouth too close to a pillow, a muffled shape of sound. And I was about to ask if either of them heard it when it sharpened, like somebody had turned up the volume right beside my ear. It was my name. It was my name the way my father used to say it when I was a kid, and he was mad, but trying not to yell. That low, tight tone, dragging the second half of my name just a little. Danny. It came from under the dirt at our feet, from under the chains and the wood, as clear as if he were lying down there and calling up through the soil. I swear to God that is what I heard. I jerked back so hard I slipped in the loose dirt and almost fell, and I looked at the two of them, waiting to see if they had the same shock on their faces. But they just looked confused in a different way. Evans was frowning at the box, and Mark had gone pale, but he was staring off a little to the side. I asked, "Did you hear that, man? Did you hear someone say my name?" And Mark shook his head and said no. But I heard somebody say Mama. I heard my mom. I know I did. And his voice cracked on that last part. Evans did not answer us right away. He just kept looking at the wood, like if he stared hard enough, he could see through it. And then he said real quiet that he heard his brother say his name. Only his brother has been buried 2 states away for 10 years. We all went silent then, because there is joking and then there is whatever that was. And this was not a joke. We were 3 grown men standing in a cut of dirt behind a cemetery with a chained, unmarked box at our feet, and our dead all reaching up from under it with their voices. I tried to tell myself it was just in my head, that I was thinking about my dad because of the cemetery and all, but it was not just me. The air felt heavier, like the smell of the damp earth had thickened, and I could hear the plastic flowers down the slope click against their wire stems even though I could not feel any wind on my face. Evans straightened up and said we were covering it back. That was the first thing he said that made sense. That we were not opening it. We were not touching the chains. We were just going to record the coordinates, file it with the office, and let someone in a suit figure out what to do. He said it like a rule, like a thing that would keep some line from being crossed. And I agreed with him, man, I did. Because every hair on my arms was standing up, and my heart was beating so hard, it felt like it had moved up into my throat. Mark asked if we should say something, a prayer or something. And Evans told him, if he wanted to pray, he could do it at home. We had a job to finish, and we were already behind schedule. But his hands were shaking when he tried to fold the mat back up. I saw that. We climbed out of the cut, and I got back into the backhoe. And I swear my hands did not feel like they belonged to me when I put them on the controls. I lowered the bucket, watching the teeth, and for a second, I thought I saw the chains move. Just a tiny shift, like they were settling deeper into the wood. But I told myself it was just the machine vibrations from before. I scooped the dirt back over the box, layer by layer, trying not to think about what was down there, trying not to listen. But every time the soil hit, I heard my name again, softer now, like it was getting smothered, like he was calling from further away. I started humming under my breath, some stupid song from the radio, just anything to drown it out. But the rhythm of the machine made it worse, like every pass was a heartbeat. When the box was fully covered and the ground looked like any other piece of raw earth, I shut the machine down again and just sat there for a minute, fingers locked around the levers. Evans walked over and told me to take a break, that we would work on the far side of the expansion for the rest of the day, and I did not argue. We went and worked, marking and cutting where we were supposed to, but none of us talked much. The normal jokes were gone. Every time my bucket scraped something, I flinched. The day dragged like that, under a sky that never quite decided on rain, but kept that heavy gray lid over us. And by the time we wrapped up and loaded the machine back onto the trailer, my shoulders felt like I had been carrying the whole hill on them. I kept telling myself I was going to forget about it once I got home, once I showered and ate something and put on clean clothes, that it was just a weird moment in a long, boring job. And I even almost believed it by the time we drove out of the gates. But as we rolled past the older part of the cemetery, I looked down the rows of headstones without meaning to, just out of habit, and I saw it. There is this one headstone on the left side, halfway down the hill. I have never paid attention to it before. But this time, my eyes went straight to it. It had always had fake flowers on it, red ones, faded into this washed-out pink from the sun, and a little ceramic angel statue at the base. I remember them because I have backed the truck up near there plenty of times. Only now the flowers were gone, all of them. The angel was still there, but its head was turned, like someone had twisted it, and it was facing up the hill in the direction of where we had just been digging. I told myself the groundskeeper must have moved the flowers to clean or something, that maybe I never noticed which way the angel faced before, and I forced myself to look away, to look at the road ahead. But the back of my neck felt like someone had laid a cold hand across it. When I got home later, the house felt wrong. Nothing had moved, nothing was out of place. But the silence in my little kitchen had the same weight as the silence on that hill. I reheated leftover stew, sat at the table, and stared at my phone more than I ate. I called my mom just to hear her voice, pretending it was about something else, asking about her day, how her back was doing, if the landlord had finally fixed the stove. I almost told her about the grave, about hearing Dad's voice, but I stopped myself. What was I supposed to say? That her dead husband had spoken from an unmarked box we buried deeper in a hill, that I heard him say my name through the dirt. Instead, I just listened while she talked about the church ladies and the price of groceries. And when we hung up, I sat there in the darkening kitchen and realized I had not turned on the radio like I usually do. It was just quiet, too quiet. That night, when I tried to sleep, Every time I started to drift off, I would jerk awake because I thought I heard someone say Danny right by my ear, sometimes in my father's voice, sometimes in my own voice, like I was calling myself from across the room. I must have gotten a couple hours, broken and shallow, because the next thing I remember clearly is my alarm buzzing and the gray light coming through the blinds. I almost called in sick, I really did. But around here, you do not just skip work without a good reason. And how was I supposed to explain that I did not want to go because of a box under the hill? So I put on another shirt, this one with a little tear at the cuff, drank more burned coffee, and went back. Day 2 after finding that thing was worse. The foreman had told the office about it, I guess. Because there was a note clipped on his clipboard about logging unexpected burials and contacting records. But nothing had actually been done. No one from the city was out there, no official cars, no one with a badge or a camera. It was like we were the only ones who knew, and everyone else was willing to let it stay that way for a while. We worked on the opposite side of the expansion, as far as we could get from that spot. But the hill is not that big, and I always knew exactly where it was, even when I was not looking in that direction. Around midday, Mark dropped his shovel and just stood there, staring off toward the old section of the cemetery. I called his name, but he did not answer, so I walked over and shoved his shoulder, and he jumped like I had hit him. He said he could hear someone saying his name from down there, from where the older graves were, and he kept looking at one row in particular. I told him maybe he just needed to sit in the truck for a bit, get warm. And he went without arguing, which was not like him. While he was sitting there, I kept hearing little scraps of sound from the tree line, like someone talking too low to catch the words. If I turned my head toward it, it stopped. If I went back to work, it started again. Around 3, the sky finally opened up and a slow, cold drizzle started, and the rain on the plastic wreaths down the hill sounded like fingers tapping on metal. We wrapped up early because the ground was turning into slick mud, and as we were putting tools away, the groundskeeper, old guy named Harris, came by to lock up the maintenance shed. I asked him if he had moved the flowers from that one grave, the one halfway down with the angel, you know which one I mean, and he frowned and said no, he had not touched that grave in a couple of weeks at least, and anyway, the family usually handled the decorations. I told him I could have sworn there were flowers there yesterday that were gone now, and he just looked at me a little too long before saying that sometimes folks get restless and come by to change things out at odd hours. But the way he said it made my skin crawl, because it sounded like he did not quite believe it himself. That night was worse than the first one. I turned on the radio loud while I cooked, left it on while I showered, even left the bathroom door open so the sound would carry, because the thought of being shut in with my own reflection and the water running over my head made my throat tight. I fell asleep on the couch with the radio still on, and I woke up sometime after midnight to stone silence. The power had not gone out. The little clock on the microwave still glowed green from the kitchen, but the radio was dead. When I reached over and adjusted the dial, there was nothing. Not even static, just a thick kind of quiet that seemed to hum. I sat there, heart pounding, listening, and that is when I noticed it. My apartment window faces the road that runs past the cemetery, and on a normal night, you get at least a few cars going by, headlights flashing across the ceiling for a second, tires on the pavement. That night there was nothing, like the road had stopped existing. In that hush, I heard it again, not in my ear this time, but rising like a breath from the direction of the hill. It was faint but clear, and it was my name, and then another name, and another, like a list being read off under the ground. Some I recognized, old names from town, people who had passed, and some I did not. I could even hear the way my father's voice said my name, and right after it, my own voice, repeating it like an echo. I do not know how long I sat there on the couch, listening, But at some point, I realized I had tears on my face, and my hands were pressed over my ears hard enough to hurt. The sound did not stop. It was like it had climbed under my skin. The next day, Evans called a short safety meeting before we started, which he never does unless someone has been hurt or the county is worried about lawsuits. He told us to log anything unusual, in the ground or otherwise. He did not say otherwise like a joke. Mark looked like he had not slept at all, eyes bloodshot, and he kept glancing toward the hill, even though we were still in the yard. When we got back out to the cemetery, something had changed. It was small, just like they say it starts, just a little leak of wrong. The gate, the main iron gate at the bottom of the drive that had been open when we left the day before, was now closed. Not just swung shut, latched. None of us had closed it. The lock was hanging open, like some invisible hand had swung it and set it just so. Evans got out and pushed it open, and the screech of the metal on metal made me grit my teeth, and he looked up at the sky and muttered that the wind must have done it. But there was no wind, not even enough to move the limp flag on the veterans' row. We drove in anyway. Work does not stop for creepy gates. As the week went on, things piled up. Tools we left near the truck would show up leaned neatly against certain headstones. A rake I had set down by the shed ended up standing upright at the very end of one of the old rows, teeth dug into the ground like someone had hammered it there. A wrench disappeared from the back of the truck and turned up on top of an unmarked stone over by the tree line, laid perfectly straight. Flowers moved. Not all of them, not all at once, but enough that you would swear your memory was failing. A bouquet that had been at the foot of one grave on Monday would be in the middle of the row on Wednesday, in front of a name that did not match. Sometimes the dates on certain stones looked wrong, like they were too recent, like someone had chipped and repainted them overnight. But when you blinked and looked again, they were back to what you expected. I stopped reading them out loud. We started hearing things too, all three of us, and the groundskeeper when he came around. At first, it was just that whispering, like the first day, but soon it was more distinct. Harris told us one afternoon that he kept hearing roll call, like from his old army days. Names rattled off in a flat voice. Only the names did not match anyone he knew. Mark swore he heard his own voice humming a song he used to sing with his grandmother, coming from the direction of the new cut. I heard my father, yes, but also people I barely remembered. A kid I went to school with who died in a wreck, my uncle who passed in another state. They all sounded like they were on the other side of a door made of earth, just thick enough to muffle them, but not enough to hide the fact that they were there. The worst part was that sometimes, if I paid attention, I could hear them saying other people's names too. At the gas station, the cashier, a woman named Gina, who has worked there forever, asked me out of nowhere if there was a funeral this week. And when I said not that I knew of, she said she had been hearing someone calling her name at night from down by the turnoff to the cemetery road. And she laughed like it was nothing. But her hands were shaking when she handed me my change. A kid at the diner talked about his little sister waking up screaming that somebody was whispering to her from outside the bedroom window, even though they live 2 streets over from the hill. It was like whatever we uncovered was not content to stay under that dirt. It was leaking out. I kept thinking about that box, those chains, those nails. Somebody had gone through a lot of trouble to keep it shut. Whoever buried it did not want it opened. They did not even want it found. And we had cut right into it with a steel bucket and then just thrown some dirt back on top like that would fix it. By the end of the week, I could not walk between the rows without feeling like the air on either side of me was thick with people I could not see, standing just outside my vision, watching. The feeling was worst when I walked past that angel headstone. The flowers were back one day, then gone again the next. The angel's face would seem to tilt a little differently each time, its stone eyes never quite looking in the same direction. I avoided that row. I started cutting across the grass in the middle, something I had never done out of respect before. Because the thought of being too close to any one grave made my throat tight. The only place I felt even slightly okay was in the machine, because there was metal around me and noise. But even then, when I would swing the bucket around and catch a glimpse of the far corner where we had reburied the chained box, my stomach would drop. I knew exactly where it was. The dirt there settled funny, just a little lower than the rest, like it was breathing. I know how that sounds, I do, but that is what it looked like from up in the cab, like a slow inhale, a slow exhale, the soil rising and falling by a fraction of an inch. Nobody else mentioned seeing it, but I did not ask. I did not want to know. The thing that finally broke me was small. At least to anyone else, it would seem small. It was a Monday, early afternoon, the sky brighter for once. Cold sun shining down and making the stone edges sharp. I had been running the backhoe all morning and my hands were buzzing from the vibration. Evan sent me to grab a shovel from the truck so we could clean up a spot by hand. And I walked back along the road that runs right along the cemetery fence, gravel crunching under my boots, my breath fogging in little white clouds. I passed the gate, past the first row of stones, and as I got near the corner that lines up with where the box is buried, I heard my name again. Only this time, it was not from under my feet or off in the trees. It was right at the level of the ground, right at the height of the headstones. A chorus of voices, layered like everyone in town and 100 strangers all speaking at once, all saying my name in different tones, different ages, different accents. It was like walking past a crowd that was pressed up against a window with their mouths at the glass, all whispering through it at the same time. My legs locked for a second and I could not move. I wanted to turn and run back to the machine, but I could not turn my back on that fence. I stood there, staring through the iron bars, looking down the rows, and for one long, horrible moment, every headstone had my last name on it. All of them. Mercer, 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 down the hill in neat white rows. The dates all wrong and sliding around like numbers in a slot machine, stopping on years that had not happened yet. I blinked hard, my eyes burned, and when I opened them again, the names were back to normal, carved like they always had been. But for that 1 second, I saw it. I know I did. That is when something in me gave way. I told Evans my stomach was bad, that I needed to go home before I threw up on the job. And he did not argue. He just nodded and looked like he wanted to ask something, but did not. I drove home with my hands clenched on the wheel, so tight my knuckles went white. And every time I passed a yard with one of those little decorative stones, or those fake grave markers people use for pets, I had to look away. I did not eat. I did not turn on the radio. I sat at the kitchen table with the lights off until the sky outside went black and I could see my own reflection in the window, superimposed over the road and the faint line of the cemetery hill beyond. That is when my phone buzzed. It was a message from Mark, just 6 words. Do you hear them here too now? I stared at it for a long time before calling him, but it went straight to voicemail. I did not leave a message. I set the phone face down on the table. That is when I realized the whispering had followed me all the way home for real. Before, it felt like it was tied to the hill, to the cemetery ground. Now, sitting in my kitchen, it was in the walls, in the floor under my feet. Not loud, not even constant, just this low presence, like standing outside a door with a room full of people on the other side, all talking just low enough that you cannot catch any one voice. But you know your name is in there somewhere, getting passed around. I started leaving every light on when I moved from room to room, even though it did not help with the sound. I stopped sleeping. When I did doze off from exhaustion, I would wake up with the taste of dirt in my mouth and the smell of damp wood in my nose. Like I had been the one shut in that box, breathing through tiny cracks. I thought about quitting the job, just walking into the office and handing in my badge. But that would not fix the fact that I have to drive past at least one cemetery to get pretty much anywhere in this town. They are just there, like they are in every little place like this, tucked behind churches, at the ends of dead roads, up on hills. I started changing my routes anyway, cutting through side streets, taking longer ways around so I would not have to see headstones out of the corner of my eye. It did not matter. The second I even got near one, even if it was hidden behind trees, the whispering would get a little clearer, like somebody was turning a dial in my skull. I stopped going to the grocery store on the main road because the back of the parking lot faces the Veterans Cemetery. I stopped visiting my dad's actual grave because the idea of standing there, knowing that other thing was up on the hill behind Green Hollow, made my knees weak. Mom asked why I was not coming with her on Sundays anymore, and I told her work had me tired. I could not tell her. I could not stand the thought of walking between those stones and feeling all those names brush against me like hands. Tonight was the worst it has been, which is why I am sitting out here talking into my phone like some kind of lunatic instead of trying to pretend to sleep. I could not stay in the apartment. The walls felt too close, and the whispering had shifted from a murmur to more distinct words, like it was learning how to shape itself better. I kept hearing my name paired with other names, people I know, people I might someday know. So I got in the car and just drove, without a jacket, without even tying my boots, figuring I would circle the town until I calmed down. The roads were almost empty, just a few porch lights on, no kids out, the air that wet cold again, like it had the first day. I told myself I would avoid the hill, I really did. But every turn I took brought me closer, like the streets had been rearranged when I was not looking. At some point, I realized I was on the road that runs right past the cemetery fence. I could see the vague shapes of the headstones up on the slope, black against a darker black. The plastic flowers were moving again, rattling like bones even though the trees were still. My hands turned the wheel on their own, I swear it, and I pulled into the little gravel turnout by the gate. I killed the engine because I did not want any noise that might cover what I already knew I was going to hear. The dashboard light faded. The only sound was the ticking of the cooling engine and my own breathing. Then nothing. No cars, no dogs, no wind, just the hill. It is worse at night, knowing they are all up there and you cannot see them, just the vague outline of rows and the darker mass where the mausoleum sits. I sat in the driver's seat with my hands on my knees, feeling them shake, and then the whispering started again. Not gradual this time, but all at once, like somebody had flipped a switch. It came from every direction at once, from the hill, from under the car, from the gravel of the drive, from the air inside the car. It was all the voices I had heard before and more, young and old, male and female, some flat, some choked with something like crying, and every single one of them knew my name. They said it, and then other things I could not quite make out, like they were telling me something important, but there were too many of them layered together. I opened the car door at some point, without remembering deciding to, and the cold air hit me hard enough that my eyes watered. The whispering did not get louder, but it did get clearer, if that makes sense. Like the outside air let it shape itself better. I stepped out onto the gravel, knees unsteady, and walked toward the gate. The metal bars were closed, but not latched. And when I touched one, it was ice cold, colder than metal should be from just the night air. I pushed it open, and it swung without a sound this time, which somehow was worse than the usual screech. Inside, the path between the rows was just barely visible, a lighter gray strip between the darker grass. I did not go in. I stayed right there at the threshold, one foot on gravel, one on the first patch of cemetery ground, listening. The whispers shifted then, like they had noticed I was closer, and for the first time, one voice stepped forward from the rest. It was my father again, the way he sounded the day before he died, tired and worn, but still trying to joke. He said my name, and then he said, "You," Never listened, did you, son? Not really. Behind his voice, other ones started to separate out too. My uncle calling for a wrench in the garage. That kid from school yelling from the far side of a field game. People I had only spoken to a handful of times in my life, all of them down there. All of them tangled up in that sound. Then another voice cut through that made my stomach drop in a way none of the others had. It was mine. Not how I sound now, but like I sound through this phone. Nervous and tired, talking too fast. It said my name, and then it said, "I am sitting in my car by the gate, and I can hear them, and I'm telling you this because I do not know what else to do." It was repeating what I was saying right now, word for word, but shifted, like I was listening to a recording of myself played back from underground with just a second delay. Every word I spoke in my head to test it. The voice under the ground said, right after, a clumsy echo. I did not say them out loud, not at first, I just thought them, and it still answered. When I finally whispered, "Stop, just stop," the voice below me whispered, "Stop," right after, like it belonged to my mouth, but not my body. I stumbled back from the gate then, heart hammering, tripping over my own boots. The plastic flowers on the nearest grave rattled once, sharply, like someone had hit their stems. I could see, even in the dark, that the little angel statue on that headstone had its face turned all the way toward me now, stone eyes fixed on me alone. The dates on the stone blurred when I tried to focus on them, the numbers sliding around until I could not be sure what I was seeing. I turned and half ran, half staggered back to the car, slammed the door, and sat there shaking. The whispering did not stop when I closed the door. It did not even fade much. It is still going now, under everything. Under my own voice as I speak into this cracked screen. If I pause in the wrong place, it fills in the rest of the sentence for me. That is why I am trying not to stop. I know how this sounds, like I lost it, like I am just tired and strung out and spooking myself in the middle of the night. But listen to me, man. Please, just listen. I make my living in the dirt. I know what it feels like when a shovel hits a rock versus a root versus a pipe. I know how coffins sit in the ground, how the soil settles over time. Whatever we dug into up there was not put in the ground the way it should have been. Someone wrapped it in chains and hammered iron through it and buried it too deep and did not mark it because they wanted time and weather and memory to erase it. And we did the opposite. We found it. We cut into it. We woke something up. Or we poked a hole in something that was supposed to stay sealed. And now it is not just under that one patch of dirt. It is in the fence line, in the flowers, in the stone itself. It is in the road that runs past, in the houses near it, in my apartment, probably in yours if you are anywhere near a place meant for the dead. I am not hearing demons. I am not seeing ghosts. I am hearing names and voices and words that should not have a way to line up like that, whispering in patterns that shift depending on where I stand, and that means something is aware enough to aim them. I used to drive past cemeteries without thinking. Maybe glance at the stones and wonder about the lives, the way everyone does. Now, if I even see a patch of fenced-off ground on TV, my skin crawls. I turn the channel. I do not go to the grocery store on the main road anymore. I have not walked by my father's grave since the day before we found that box. I take back streets, side routes, anything to keep even the idea of rows of stones out of my line of sight. Tonight, I broke my own rule and came right to the gate. And now I know it does not matter what route I take. It knows me. It has my name. It has my voice. It is sitting up there under that hill with chains that are probably not doing much anymore. And it is practicing, learning how to sound like me, like you, like anyone it wants. And it is sending those sounds out through the ground like roots. I do not know if this ever stops. I do not know if the people who buried that thing managed to live the rest of their lives without hearing it, or if it followed them the way it is following me. I just know that I cannot unknow what it feels like to stand by a cemetery fence and hear my own words coming back at me from under the earth a second after I think them. I am scared to go home, but I am more scared to stay here. Because every minute I sit by this gate, the whispering gets a little clearer, like it is tuning in. I am going to start the car in a second and hope the battery holds. I am going to drive back the long way, where there are no marked burial grounds, no visible stones, even though that does not really mean anything now. I am telling you all of this so it does not just sit in my head and bounce around until it cracks something. If you live near a cemetery, if you pass one on your way to work, just pay attention next time you go by. Turn down the radio and listen for a second. If the gravel sounds wrong under your tires, if the flowers seem to move when there is no wind, if you think you hear someone say your name in a voice you do not want to remember, keep driving. Do not turn in. Do not go up the hill. Do not go looking for any grave that does not have a name. And if you ever find a box in the ground wrapped in chains with iron hammered through it, you call someone else to deal with it. Anyone else, because I am never going near another shovel within sight of a headstone again. I do not walk past cemeteries anymore. I do not even look at them. I change streets, change towns if I have to. But it is still with me, right now, under the sound of my own voice. I can hear it repeating everything I am saying back to me from somewhere I cannot reach, like it is memorizing me. When I stop talking, it will keep going. That is what I am really scared of, that one day I will walk past some quiet little graveyard in some other state where nobody knows my name, and I will hear my own voice coming from the ground, still talking, still telling this story long after I have tried to forget it. My name's Daniel Price. I'm from Hollow Creek, Utah, and I work as a maintenance and grounds guy for the school district. And I swear to God, I am sitting in my car right now by the fence line that runs up to the old cemetery above the elementary school, and my hands will not stop shaking. Man, so if my voice sounds messed up, that is why. I have not really slept since all this started. I just kind of shut my eyes and see that sand, and that blanket, and those faces. So let me just start with the stupid normal stuff, because that is how it was that day. It was just plain, it was boring. There was nothing strange about it when I woke up. I got up around 5:30 because my alarm on my phone went off with that same old ringtone. I hit snooze once, then got up for real at 5:40. The trailer was cold because the little wall heater is hit or miss. When the wind comes down off the hill, I made instant coffee in the chipped white mug that has the school district logo half scratched off. I made 2 eggs in the pan that has the black handle melted at the end. And I burned one because I was scrolling on my phone while it cooked and reading a message from my supervisor about the job for the day. The yolk broke and ran into the other egg, and I remember being annoyed about that, which feels crazy to even think about now. I put on my green work shirt with the sewn-on name patch that says D. Price. There is an old brown stain on the front from a paint job. 3 summers ago that never washed out, I pulled on the same faded jeans, same steel toe boots with the cracked leather. I checked the time when I stepped outside. It was 6:17 a.m., sky just starting to get gray over the hill where the cemetery sits. I could see the tops of the headstones up there, as little dark shapes against the sky. Nothing special. I see that every morning when I walk to my truck, I threw my tool bag in the back, coil of caution tape, a box of new bolts for the playground equipment, a tape measure, and the handheld level, and I headed down the hill toward Hollow Creek Elementary. And if I had just called in sick that day, none of this would be in my head right now. I keep thinking that, like if I had just said I had a headache, or the truck would not start, or any little thing, then I would not know what I know now. I clocked in at the maintenance shed by 6:52 a.m. The time clock punched it. I remember, because I looked at it and thought I was making good time for once, my supervisor, Ellis, was already there, leaning on the golf cart and drinking from his thermos. He is the kind of guy who never seems rattled, just slow and steady. He nodded at me and said, "Playground day. You ready for kids screaming at you all morning?" And I laughed and said I would just turn my hearing aids off, even though I do not wear hearing aids. It is just the kind of dumb joke you make. And then Luis pulled in right behind me in his old blue pickup, and Todd came around the corner holding a box of screws, both of them talking about some game from last night. I was only half listening. I was thinking about the work order, the old wooden play structure behind the school that had failed inspection and was getting replaced with a newer one. Same spot, same size, just deeper posts and safer surfacing. That was all. That is all it was supposed to be. We loaded the tools into the district truck, grabbed the post hole auger, shovels, string line, spray paint for marking out the new post spots, a couple sheets of temporary plywood, and a roll of that bright orange snow fence they use for construction barriers. We drove the short distance to the back lot of Hollow Creek Elementary, parking near the gate that leads to the playground. You can stand there and look up and see the hillside with the old cemetery. The chain link fence separates school property from the hill. There is a strip of dry grass, and then the first row of stones, some of them leaning, some with those cheap plastic flowers that fade to a kind of pale blue. They always rattle when the wind hits them. I grew up around here, so this is just what it is. We never thought much about it. Kids at the school joke about the hill being haunted. But that is just what kids do. You get used to the idea of eating your lunch in a playground that sits under a graveyard. We unlocked the gate, and at about 7:12 a.m., we were rolling the old structure back and forth to loosen the posts while the kids were still on the buses out front. The bell had not even rung yet. The old playset was one of those wood and metal combos. Faded red paint, the main platform, a slide, 2 swings, and overhead bar. I swear I must have tightened those bolts a dozen times over the years. Fixed loose planks, raked the pea gravel around it. I knew every creak of that thing. I knew the way the ground dipped a little under the main platform, where kids always dug little holes and buried rocks and toys. There were chalk marks on the posts from the last day of school, little handprints and stick figures. And there was this one key circle near the middle, like some kid had drawn a little game there. I remember that now very clearly, a round outline where the sand was a bit darker, like it had held water longer or something. But at the time, I did not think about it. I just saw chalk. The morning stayed normal for a while, the teachers herding kids inside so we could start. The principal, Ms. Garner, coming out and telling us to watch our language, because the 4th grade windows look right out at the playground. Ellis signed the permit papers with her. Everyone was smiling, talking about how the new structure would be safer. I set my coffee down on the edge of the concrete border, and we started the removal. We loosened the bolts, cut a couple of rusted ones, rocked the posts. You know the routine. We used the small skid steer to help pull out the deeper posts. The sun was up full by then, but the air was still cold. You could see your breath a little when you bent down. The ground felt a bit stiff at first, then softer under the top layer of gravel and sand. We got most of the old structure taken apart by around 9:30 a.m., had pieces stacked, old posts lined up near the fence. The ground under where the structure had been was a mess of impressions, spots where kids had dug, old candy wrappers, a couple of lost hair ties, a tiny plastic car with one wheel missing. Just the usual junk. And we were laughing because Todd held up a crumpled note he found that said something about a crush and passed it to Luis, who started reading it in a fake, serious voice. And I remember Ms. Garner shouting from the door to knock it off because some kid could see them from the window, and it was just all small, human stuff, man. Nothing strange, nothing heavy. The plan was to dig new footing holes deeper than the old ones, pour fresh concrete later in the week, and then install the new metal structure on top. So Ellis had laid out the measurements from the manufacturer, and we started marking where each new post would go with white spray paint circles in the sand, double-checking the distances with the tape, making sure everything lined up. The main platform posts had to go roughly where the old ones were, but with a slight shift, a couple inches here and there to match the new design. That is where it started, with maybe 2 inches one direction. The first few holes went fine. The auger bit grinding down through the gravel and the old backfill. Little rocks rattling, the motor buzzing in that way that makes your hands tingle. We hit a couple of spots with more clay, a couple with more sand. Nothing unusual. Then we got to the center area under where the main platform had been, right about where that chalk circle still faintly showed. And Ellis said we needed a new hole just about there. He marked it. I sprayed the circle, and when we set the auger down on it, the bit jumped sideways a little. Not much, just like it skipped on something flat and smooth under the surface, which is not unheard of. You hit old concrete chunks sometimes, or buried boards, but the sound was off. It was more of a dull knock than the usual scrape, and I felt it through the handles, a kind of quick, dead vibration that stopped too fast. I killed the auger, and Louise shouted, asking why I stopped, and I just said I hit something. And Ellis said to clear the top layer by hand first. So we grabbed shovels and started scraping back the gravel and sand around that circle. Only this time, the sand under the top 2 inches was darker, almost black, and a bit more moist than it should have been for October. There had been no rain that week. The ground around the other post spots was dry and light-colored all the way down, but not here. Here, it smelled more like when you turn over soil that has been left alone a long time. That kind of deep, cold, dirt smell that feels heavier in your nose. And I remember saying that. I remember saying, that is weird. This feels fresh. And Todd joked that maybe kids were burying their cafeteria food there. And we all kind of laughed and kept digging, because you do not jump to anything big in your head. You just think about trash, maybe an old tree root, that kind of thing. A few inches down, my shovel hit wood. Not rotten board wood like you expect under a play structure, but smoother, like a rounded edge. And the sound it made was not like plank. It was more like hitting the side of a small box, and my stomach dropped in a way I could not explain then. So I scraped more. I used my gloved hand to brush away the clumps, and that is when I saw the corner. This small, rounded corner of something pale, like painted wood that had sat underground for a long time. The paint peeling away, beige or maybe once white. And my first thought, stupidly, was that it was an old toy chest, something someone buried as a joke decades ago. And I said that out loud. I said, looks like a little box. And Ellis stepped closer and got real quiet. And his face changed, his jaw tightened, and he told Luis to go tell the office we might have hit some kind of buried container and to call it in. We cleared more dirt and sand away, careful, and the shape came into view, no bigger than maybe 3 feet long, 1.5 wide, tapered at one end. And Ellis swallowed hard and said, "Stop, stop right there. Nobody dig another inch." And I knew what he was thinking before he said it. It just snapped into place in my head. The size, the shape, the position. And suddenly every noise around us felt too loud, like the kids shouting on the other side of the building, the intercom inside the school, a truck passing out on the road. And all I could look at was that piece of curved wood in the ground and the darker soil hugging it. The principal came back out with her face pale, holding her phone, saying she had the district office on the line, asking if we were sure, asking if it could just be an old storage box. And Ellis kept saying we were stopping work, that nobody was touching it until the police came, and kids were starting to press their faces to the windows, trying to see what we were doing out there. And Ms. Garner kept waving them back, her voice thin and stretched. The police arrived fast, faster than I expected for a town this small, couple of patrol cars. Then a county detective, then the medical examiner's office. They put up tape around the area that used to be the main platform. They made us step back, but told us to stick around because they needed statements. And I stood off to the side by the concrete curb with my arms folded tight, even though I was not cold anymore. My coffee had gone lukewarm, and I held it but did not drink it. And I watched them finish uncovering that little box. They worked careful, with brushes and hands and smaller trowels. And when the full shape was exposed, it was obvious. There was no way to pretend it was anything else now. It was a small coffin, old but not ancient. The wood warped, but still mostly intact. No fancy carvings, just simple, like something from a cheaper funeral home. Maybe 30, 40 years old, it is hard to say. I am no expert, but it did not look like some pioneer relic. It looked like something that could have been put there during my lifetime. The lid had small metal screws along the edge, instead of nails, which the detective pointed out quietly to the examiner. And I just stared and tried not to think about the fact that up until that morning, kids had been jumping and laughing on top of that spot, dropping from the platform, landing right over it. They pried the lid up with slow, careful motions, and I looked away. Man, I did. I told myself I was not going to look, but my head turned back on its own, and I saw enough before the examiner moved to block the view. There was a shape inside, very small, curled, bones visible, but still holding together in the outline of a body. And there was fabric, some kind of blanket wrapped around. And the part that burned into my brain was the inside of that blanket, where it was folded back near what would have been the face. It was covered in drawn faces, just simple childlike faces, round with dots for eyes and lines for mouths, over and over, overlapping, some smiling, some straight, all done in different colored markers that had bled a little into the cloth, red, blue, green, all faded but still visible. And the examiner said something under his breath, and one of the officers turned away and rubbed his eyes, and the smell of that deep, old earth and whatever was left inside came up all at once, heavy and sour, and I could not breathe for a second. I felt my throat close, and I bent over and gagged into the gravel, my coffee cup falling from my hand, landing on its side, liquid seeping into the sand. The rest of that day is a blur in some parts and sharp in others. Like my memory keeps jumping, but I know they locked the school down early. They called the parents. They moved the kids out the front and told them it was a gas issue or something. They did not say what we found. Not then, not to them. And the detective kept asking us how deep we had dug, who had last worked on the playground, if there were any old plans, if we had known about any previous burials. And of course, none of us knew anything, because who expects something like that under a school playground? Who even thinks that is possible in a place with building codes and inspections? They took our statements in the little front office. We sat in chairs meant for kids, our knees up too high. I kept looking at the posters on the walls about sharing and kindness, and my hands left little streaks of dirt on the armrests. And I remember the clock said 2:14 p.m. when I signed the last page, and the detective's pen clicked louder than it should have. They told us we could go home, but that the area would be an active investigation for a while. They would have to figure out who that was, when they were buried, how in the world a grave ended up under the main play structure of a public elementary school without any records. And we nodded. We said we understood, but we all kept glancing out the office window toward the back of the property, where you could just see the top of the orange barrier fence they had hastily put up around the hole. And beyond that, up the hill, the rows of markers. In the official cemetery, neat and lined, like those graves were staring down at the one that had never been admitted to their rows. I went back to the maintenance shed, turned in the keys, tried to wash the dirt off my hands, but it felt like it was in the lines of my palms, like it was in my fingerprints now. I went home and microwaved leftover pasta and ate 2 bites and threw it away because it tasted like that heavy air from the dug-up hole. And I told myself I would sleep, that this was horrible, but it was a thing that professionals would handle, that it was above my pay grade now. I did my job. I found what I found. I said what I saw. That should have been it. But it was not. The first call came that night, or I guess technically the next day, at 12:41 a.m., when I was lying on the couch with the TV on low, some rerun I was not really watching, My phone buzzed with the district number, and I answered because that is what you do. You do not ignore the district at that hour. And it was the after-hours answering service, patching through a message from the security company that monitors the school. They said Hollow Creek Elementary was getting repeated motion sensor triggers in Zone 3, which is the back playground area, that the principal was not answering her phone, and I was next on the call list. Could I go check it out? Reset the panel if needed. I almost said no. I almost said I was sick. I had taken something to sleep, but I heard myself say, yeah, I can go. Like my mouth was on autopilot, and I put my boots back on, grabbed my keys, and stepped out into the cold. The drive up the hill took maybe 6 minutes. The streets empty, the houses dark, the only lights the ones along the road and the faint glow you always get near the cemetery. The thing you tell yourself is just from the town's streetlights catching the stone. I parked in my usual spot by the side gate, killed the engine, and just sat there for a second listening. No wind, no cars, no dogs barking, nothing. And the school itself was just a darker block against the sky. The windows, black squares. I walked around to the main entrance because the alarm panel is inside. My breath puffing out in front of me. The gravel crunching under my boots, sounding too loud in the quiet. I punched in the code, silenced the beeping, looked at the little display screen, and saw a list of triggers, all with the same note. Motion Zone 3, the times were 11:57 p.m., 12:02 a.m., 12:07 a.m., 12:12 a.m. Like something was moving out there, setting it off over and over. Sometimes it is just a branch or a stray cat. But those usually stop after a while. This looked steady. I armed the panel again, but bypassed Zone 3 for a minute so it would not start screaming while I went to see. Then I walked the long hallway with only the emergency lights on, down to the rear exit, my footsteps echoing off the tile, my key ring clinking at my belt. When I pushed the back door open, the cold hit me harder, the smell of cut grass from earlier still faint, mixed now with that damp earth smell from the dug-up area. Even though they had covered the exposed spot with a temporary plywood sheet and taped around it, and put the orange fence up all around so nobody could wander in. The playground looked wrong without the structure. Just an empty rectangle of sand and gravel with a blank space where the main platform had been. And beyond that, the silhouette of the hill and the cemetery fence. There was no wind. I need you to hear that. There was no wind at all. The flag at the top of the school's pole was hanging straight down. The plastic flowers up the hill at the cemetery were still. I could see them because there is a security light on that part of the hill, just bright enough to catch the tops of the stones and the fence line. But one of the swings was moving, not wildly, not like in a movie, just a slow, steady back and forth, like a kid had just jumped off and it had not stopped yet, except there was no kid. And there had not been one there for hours, and nothing else around it was moving, not the chains of the other swing, not the loose caution tape tied to the orange fence, nothing. I froze for a second, telling myself it was just leftover motion from something. But my brain was doing the math on how long it had been since school ended, and it did not make sense. And I felt that same drop in my stomach, that same wrong weight, like when my shovel had hit that wood. I forced myself to walk closer, counting my steps. 1, 2, 3. The sand under my boots soft and dry on top, slightly cooler underneath, my flashlight beam shaking as I pointed it at the swing. The seat was that black rubber kind, and it was moving in a tight, exact arc, not fading, just the same back and forth, like the same amount of force was being applied each time, no more, no less. I looked at the sand under it, and there were small marks there, not full prints, more like the tips of small shoes had scuffed the surface in a repeated pattern. A half circle, then another, overlapping, and my throat went dry, and I heard myself say out loud, "Hello," which is stupid, I know. But the word just slipped out, small and thin. The swing did not stop. After about a minute of standing there like an idiot, I backed away, telling myself it was a sensor glitch and the swing was just catching some kind of draft from the hillside. Something I could not feel but was there. I said that over and over in my head until I believed it enough to go back inside, rearm the panel with Zone 3 active again, and drive home. I did not sleep after that. I just lay there and listened to my own heart pound in my ears. And every time I started to drift off, I heard the imagined squeak of chains. The next night, it happened again. Different time, 2:03 a.m., same call, same message, motion in Zone 3. No other zones tripped, no sign of intrusion anywhere else, just the playground. This time, I felt anger on top of the fear, because lack of sleep makes you short. It makes you snap, and I told myself I was going to find the loose wire, or the bad sensor, or the raccoon that was making my phone ring in the middle of the night. I threw on the same green shirt from the day before, because it was draped over the chair, pulled on my boots without lacing them all the way, drove up the hill. The sky darker because there was less moon, the cemetery more of a shadow this time. Same routine, disarm panel, see the log, Zone 3, a string of triggers 5 minutes apart, starting at 1:33 a.m., all the way to 1:58 a.m. I grabbed a flashlight and walked out back, my jaw clenched, the swing set standing black against the lighter sky. At first, everything looked still, no movement at all. The tape on the fence lying flat, the flag on the hilltop still, and I almost relaxed, almost laughed at myself. Then the motion sensor light over the rear door clicked on, that sharp pop, and I saw it. The swing on the left gave one slow push forward, then one back, then stopped. Then 10 seconds later, it did it again. Not free swinging this time, more like something gave it just enough of a nudge to move a few inches, stop, then a few inches again. Always the same distance, always the same pause. I watched that pattern repeat 5 times, 6. I do not know exactly because I got lost in counting. But it never varied, not once. And when I stepped closer, I stepped in clear, small impressions in the sand that had not been there the day before. Toe marks in a row. Too close together for an adult, going from the edge of the cleared area straight to the swing and then stopping right under it, sharply. No drag backwards like you get when someone walks away. And I backed up, stumbling, my heel catching on the edge of the plywood sheet, covering the hole where the coffin had been, the edge of it lifting just enough to make a dry scraping sound, and my flashlight beam jumped, and for a second it hit the orange snow fence, and beyond that, the hill, and the cemetery stones, and every marker I could see seemed to lean in the same direction, down toward the playground. Not the way the ground actually goes, but that is how it looked in that second, like they were all looking down. I told myself again it was just me, just nerves. I shut off the light and went back in, reset the panel. Wrote a note for Ellis that we needed the security company to check the sensors, maybe adjust the sensitivity. Maybe a squirrel was doing laps. I put every sane word I could think of in that note to keep myself grounded. The next morning, around 9, he called the security company. They sent a tech out that afternoon. I was there when he ran diagnostics. He plugged a little laptop into the panel and pulled the logs, line after line of Zone 3, always in clusters after midnight, then nothing all day, like someone clocking in for a night shift at exactly the time when nobody should be there. The tech, a kid maybe in his 20s, made some joke about the playground being haunted, then laughed and said, "Nah, it's probably an animal." But when he went out to walk the perimeter, he got real quiet. He checked the sensor on the wall, checked the alignment, said it was all fine, no obstructions, no loose wires, no sign of tampering. He blamed the wind, even though there had not been much, and raised the threshold a little, so small motions would not set it off as easily, then left, leaving us with a printout of the last week's events. That piece of paper is what really did it for me. Man, I think that is when the fear changed shape. Because it was not just a feeling anymore. It was numbers and times, and they made a pattern. I took the printout home and laid it on my table, went through with a pen, circled the times for zone 3, and when I looked at it as a whole, I noticed something. Not right away, but after a few minutes of squinting. The triggers were not random. They were in sets. Always 3 or 4 in a row, 5 minutes apart. Always starting between 1:30 and 2 us, and always ending with a final trigger at 2:37 a.m. like clockwork. That last one at 2:37 every single night since the day we dug up that box. I checked and checked. I counted. I used my phone to make sure I was not misreading, but it was there, 2:37 over and over, like someone pacing back and forth across a line and then stopping in the same exact spot every night. I did not tell anyone about that at first, because how do you say that without sounding like you want it to be spooky? And I did not want that. I did not want any of this. I wanted it to be a raccoon, man. I would have paid money for it to be a hungry raccoon. Nights went like that for the rest of the week. Calls maybe every other night. Always zone 3. Always that pattern ending at 2:37. And each time I worked up some excuse for myself to go, I told myself it was my job. I told myself if I ignored it and something actually happened, like a real person breaking in, I would feel worse. So I got in the truck and drove and walked that same path from the panel to the back door and out to the sand and watched. Sometimes the swing was still, sometimes it moved just a little, sometimes not at all, but the panel inside had no reason to lie. It kept logging those triggers whether my eyes saw anything or not. One night, I brought my own little game camera from home, the kind hunters use, and I strapped it to the fence post facing the swing set, set it to record whenever there was movement, thinking I would finally catch the stupid cat or the glitch or whatever, and then I would be able to sleep. I checked it the next day in the maintenance shed, plugged the card into the old desktop, opened the files, and there they were, clip after clip around the same time window, the camera's timestamp bouncing all over a little, but close enough. The frame was fixed on the empty playground, and in each clip the swing would start moving, the same way I had seen it, a slow, even arc, and then stop, then start again, and nothing, absolutely nothing else in that frame would move. Not a shadow changing, not a tree branch, not a piece of trash, nothing to explain it. But that was not the part that made me feel sick, not as sick as what came next. In one of the clips, near the end of the sequence, right around the time the panel log said 2:37 a.m., the sand under the swing showed something. Tiny dark shapes appearing in the noise of the grain. Not full prints like you see in a clear photograph. More like dents, like something pressed down from above, just for a second, spaced like steps. A line of them moving from left to right in front of the swing, then gone, like they had never been there. And the swing's arc did not change. It just kept its exact rhythm. The resolution on the camera was not great. I kept telling myself that. The mind sees patterns in everything, but I could not ignore the way those little marks looked. They were too regular, too evenly spaced, like someone walking. I deleted the clips. I do not know why I did that. I should have kept them, showed someone, but my hands moved faster than my mind, and I just clicked and dragged and emptied the folder, like I wanted to erase the fact that I had ever seen it. The next night, there was no call. And the next. I started hoping it was done, that whatever had shifted back, that the text changes had fixed it, even if the logs told a different story. I slept a little better, though not much, maybe 3 hours at a time, still waking up with my heart pounding, still tasting dirt. On the 4th night without a call, I woke up at 2:35 a.m. on my own. No sound, no buzz, just awake, eyes open, set on the ceiling. And I knew what time it was before I checked the clock. My chest tight, my breath shallow, and I lay there and counted. 1, 2, 3. all the way to 30. And at the end of that count, it felt like something in the air changed, like when the fridge compressor kicks on in a quiet kitchen. That faint shift. And I thought about the alarm panel at the school, about the little wired brain in the wall doing its job, logging motion in zone 3, whether or not anyone was there to see it. And my hands started to shake again. The call came back the next night, same pattern as before, and I could not do it anymore. I could not pretend it was just a nuisance. So I went to Ellis in the morning in the shed. I told him straight. I said, look, something is wrong with that place. Not just the sensor, not just the swing, something is wrong under that playground. And I told him about the pattern of the times, the way it always ended at 2:37, about the swing, about the camera, though I did not mention the part I deleted. I just said it showed the swing moving by itself, and he listened without interrupting, which scared me more than if he had laughed. And then he rubbed his forehead and said he would talk to the district office again. See if we could get a full security overhaul out there. Maybe new cameras, maybe an upgrade. And I knew he was thinking about money, about how much that hill eats budget already, with erosion and the fence and the trees. He did not say I was crazy. He did not say he believed me either. He just looked tired. That afternoon, Ms. Garner caught me in the hallway and asked if everything was okay out back. And I lied. I said it was probably just the wind and that we were working on it. And she gave me this look, this searching look, and said, "The kids are talking." And I asked what about. And she said they were saying someone had found a grave in the playground, that there was a child buried down there. And I told her we had done everything we were supposed to do, that the authorities were handling it, that she should probably tell them not to spread rumors. And I felt like a coward saying that, because it was not a rumor. It was true. And all of us were walking around pretending it was just a problem on paper. I thought about the tiny bones curled in that box, the blanket with the faces drawn on it. And I kept seeing those faces at night when I closed my eyes. Not the skull, not the bones, just the drawings, rows and rows of them, circles with dots for eyes, lines for mouths, some bigger, some smaller, all crowded together. And here is the part I did not put in my statement, the part I am saying now into this phone with my truck parked by the fence that runs up toward the cemetery gate, my headlights off, the school a dark shape below, because I cannot keep it in my head alone anymore. 3 nights ago, the call came again at 2:29 a.m., earlier than usual, but I knew where it was going. I knew what time it would end on. I did not even look at the panel log when I got there. I just punched in the code, grabbed my flashlight, and walked straight through the building to the back door. I did not turn on the motion flood because I wanted to see the playground as it really was in the dark, not washed out, not half fake with the bright white light, but lit just enough by the glow from the town and that single pole light near the hill. The air was colder than it had been all week. My breath came out thicker, and the ground had a thin frost crunch under the sand that had blown onto the concrete. When I stepped onto the playground surface, the sound changed, softer, the sand giving a little under each step. The orange fence around the hole was still there. The plywood sheet in place, a light dusting of sand on top of it, undisturbed. The swing set stood to my right, both swings hanging straight down. I checked my watch, 2:36 a.m. I stood between the swings, right where the kids usually crowd each other during recess, where they push each other too high until the duty aide shouts, and I waited. I do not know what I thought I was going to prove. Maybe that nothing would happen if I was right there, that the pattern would break if a living, breathing person stood in its way. For a few seconds, nothing changed. The night stayed quiet. My mind raced, my fingers numbed a little from the cold on the flashlight. Then I felt a shift under my feet. Not the ground moving, not a full shake, just a sense that the sand had loosened a little. Like when someone steps next to you and the surface adjusts. And at the same time, the chains on both swings gave a tiny sound, a single short creak, not drawn out, just a note. And the seats moved, not in front of me, not away, but toward each other, brushing the sides of my legs like 2 hands testing how much space they had. I froze, every muscle locked, and in that instant, I smelled that same deep, cold dirt smell from the day we opened the box, cutting across the normal night air, strong and close, as if the plywood sheet behind me had been lifted even though I could still see it in the corner of my eye, flat, untouched. I looked down and saw, between my boots, faint but there, small impressions forming in the sand, not all at once, but one after another, as if weight were being placed there, though I could see nothing in the beam of my flashlight. It was just empty air. And those marks deepening, a line of them circling where I stood, then stopping right under the arc of the swing on my left. The swing on that side began to move, slowly, in that same even way I had seen on the recordings. Same distance forward, same back, no build, no fade, just a fixed rhythm. My heart slammed so hard I felt it in my throat. My head felt light, and some stupid part of me wanted to reach out and grab the chain, stop it, prove I could, but my hands would not lift. Instead, I heard myself whisper, "I am sorry." And I did not even know exactly who I was saying it to, the child in the box, the parents who maybe never knew where their kid went, the kids who had been playing above, myself for digging. I do not know. It just came out. The swing paused at the front of its arc for a fraction of a second, longer than made sense, then returned, as if listening, and my phone buzzed in my pocket with a sudden sharp vibration that made me jump, and the swing stopped dead, no extra sway. I stepped back fast, my heel hitting the edge of the plywood again, but this time it did not move. It stayed solid, and when I looked down at the sand, the little impressions were gone, smoothed as if a hand had passed over them. I pulled my phone out with shaking fingers and saw I had a notification from the alarm app, not a call, just a log entry. Motion Zone 3, time stamped 2:37 a.m. That was the moment I broke, man. That was when whatever thin thing I had been holding together snapped. Because it was one thing to see times on paper, to watch a swing on a recording, and another to stand inside that pattern and feel it wrap around you, feel it mark you like you were now one of the things it counted every night. I went back inside without even resetting the panel properly, just hit whatever buttons I needed to stop the beeping, then sat in my truck with the engine off, my hands on the wheel, looking up at the hill. The cemetery gate is up there, where I am parked now, a simple metal gate with a little arch that has the town's name and cemetery welded on, and the path up to it is gravel, and on nights like this when there is no wind, no cars, you can hear every step on it clear. I sat and listened, and at first I heard nothing but my own breathing, but after a while, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10, faint and far, I heard the soft, regular crunch of small steps on gravel, as if someone was walking along the top row of stones, pacing the fence line. Not heavy like an adult, lighter, quicker, but measured, never speeding up, never slowing down, just that same repetition. I wanted to drive away right then. I wanted to go home and grab a bag and just get on the freeway and keep going until the gas ran out. But this town is all I have. This job is all I have. I do not have anywhere else to go, and something in me felt pinned, like if I drove away before I understood at least a little, it would follow me and I would never be rid of it. So I am here, talking into this cracked phone at 3-something in the morning, my breath fogging the inside of the windshield, my knuckles white on the wheel. Since that night, I have changed the way I move through this place. I do not walk along the back path that runs by the cemetery fence anymore. Not in daylight, not at all. I take the long way around the building, even if it means carrying heavy tools farther. If I have to go up to the hill to fix something near the gate, I keep my eyes on my feet. I do not read the names on the stones. I do not look at the dates, because I am afraid I will see one that does not line up, that says a child was buried decades before the school existed, yet somehow ended up under the play structure instead. or that I will see a last name I recognize from the student list, a match that will make the air go solid in my lungs. I stopped going to funerals. Even when my neighbor's old man passed, I dropped off a casserole and said I was working. And when I drive past any cemetery now, not just this one, any patch of headstones, I turn the radio up loud enough to drown out any small sounds that might ride the air, any crunch of gravel. I have started noticing playgrounds in other towns too, the way some of them are built near older properties, churches, fields that might once have been something else, and I catch myself looking for fences, for lines where land for the living and land for the dead sit too close. The principal told the staff that construction would be delayed, that we were reconsidering the new structure location out of respect. That is the word she used, respect. But the kids still ask. She told me that. They ask why the playground is torn up, why there is a fence around the empty space. Some of them say they can hear someone out there at night from the houses nearby. A child's voice, not laughing, not crying, just talking under the sound of the wind. And she tells them it is just the hillside, the way sound carries. And they go back to their math and their reading and their lives sitting in classrooms that look out over the empty spot. The detective called me once more, a few days after they took the little coffin away. He wanted to know if I had ever seen construction records older than the ones in the office, anything about previous uses of the land. And I told him no, that as far as I knew, the school had been a school as long as I had been alive. I asked if they knew who the child was, and he said it was going to take time, and there was something in his voice, this tiredness, this weight, that made me think he had seen that blanket too, that he had seen those drawn faces, and that they were in his head now, same as mine. He did not call again. Maybe they will figure it out. Maybe they will find some missing person report from decades ago. Or maybe there will be nothing, just a gap in the records and a small grave that was never meant to be found, shoved into the earth under a place built for kids to run and climb and scrape their knees. And that thought is the hardest one for me, that someone chose that spot on purpose, that they looked at that patch of ground and thought nobody would ever dig there, because nobody wants to disturb where kids play. I do not know what is causing the sensors to trip or the swing to move. I do not know if the pattern at 2:37 a.m. is something that is happening or just something I am seeing because I am wound too tight. I know my mind can play tricks, but I also know what my eyes saw on that sand, and what my nose smelled, and what my feet felt, and it was real enough to keep me from sleeping. Real enough to make me sit up here by this fence night after night, staring at the gate to the cemetery, listening. The scary part is not a figure walking out between the stones, or some shadow with glowing eyes. It is that nothing shows itself. Nothing stands where you can point and say there, that is it. That is the thing. It is the repetition that gets me. The way the world seems to reset in that one little corner of the playground every night. Like a needle hitting the same groove in a record. The quiet, the swing, the faint marks, the beeping on the panel, the log entry. Always that same time, and the feeling that whatever we pulled up from under that sand was not the whole of what was there. That something stayed behind in the outline. I am telling you this because I do not want to be the only one carrying it. And because if you ever find yourself working near a place where kids play, and there is a cemetery a little too close on the hill above it, and someone tells you there used to be an old structure there, and you are about to dig new holes. Maybe you should check the old plans twice. Maybe you should look at the ground a little longer before you put the auger down. If you hear a swing moving when there is no wind, if you see the same time over and over on a log, you think nobody reads, do not just shrug it off. I am not saying it will be what it is here. I hope to God it will not. But I cannot make myself walk past any graveyard fence now without feeling like there is something just under the surface of the places we think of as safe, waiting for someone with a shovel and a work order to uncover what was never meant to be dug up. I will still do my job tomorrow because I do not have a choice. I will still rake the sand and fix the pipes and change the light bulbs. but I will never stand on a playground the same way again. And I will never, as long as I live, be able to look at a child on a swing without seeing those drawn faces on that blanket, all of them staring out from the dark with those simple little eyes, asking without words why it took us so long to notice they were there. My name's Tyler Mason. I'm from a little place called Linden, just outside the base. Everybody still calls Bragg no matter what they put on the new signs. And I work as a grounds guy, mowing and trimming and hauling brush for a small landscaping company that gets contracts nobody else wants. And I need you to listen because I keep thinking if I say this out loud enough times, maybe it will sound smaller in my head, but it never does. It just hangs there. The same way that grave hangs in the trees behind the veterans' cemetery, like it is waiting for somebody to step too close again. And I know how that sounds, man. I know, but I swear to God, I am not making any of this up. I would not be sitting here at 3 a.m. outside the little church cemetery off the highway with the engine off and my phone at 10% telling a stranger all this. If I was just bored or trying to scare anyone, I am trying to get through one night without waking up clawing at my own chest because I can feel that weight again, that same pressure, like the air turns to sand the second you get near where he is. I remember the first day clear because nothing about it should have been worth remembering. That is how this stuff starts, right? Just a regular day. And you tell yourself that. You keep telling yourself how regular it was. Like that is going to prove that what came after is just in your head. But it does not help. It only makes it worse because it means this can slide into any day without warning, into any job, into any person who just showed up to work and thought their biggest problem was gas money or a busted weed eater. That morning, I got up around 5:30 because my alarm is set for 5, but I always hit it once. It is this cheap clock that makes this sharp little beeping that goes right through you. And I remember I turned it off and just lay there, looking at the ceiling fan that never sits straight, thinking about how I should have washed my work shirts on Sunday, instead of thinking I could get one more day out of the one hanging on the chair. But I pulled it on anyway, dark green with the company logo over the pocket, and my name stitched on a little white patch, the M half loose on the edges, where the thread is coming up. And there was a stain up near the collar from where I leaned against a truck bumper with grease on it last week. I keep trying different things on that spot, and it never goes away. I took the last 2 slices of cold pizza out of the box from the fridge and ate them, standing over the sink, chased it with the gas station coffee I bought the night before, and reheated in the microwave so it tasted burnt and thin at the same time. But it was hot, and it was caffeine, and that is all I cared about. I checked my phone, and it said 6:02. I remember that number because I was already a couple minutes behind, and I hate showing up last to the yard. The others always stare at you a second longer when you walk through the gate last, even if they do not say anything. Like you already messed up, and we have not even left yet. I grabbed my cap, checked my wallet to make sure my fuel card was still there, patted the little metal cross my mother gave me that I keep in my pocket, even though I stopped going with her to church 2 years ago. And then I locked the door and walked out into that early gray light that never looks like day or night, just that in between. At the yard, it smelled like wet dirt and gasoline, like always. And I could hear the magpies going off in the trees along the back fence and the rattle of the old diesel truck our crew used. I clocked in on the little touchscreen by the office door, 6:34. I remember that because the timestamp prints on the pay stub, and I stared at that later, wondering if that was the last normal minute, if that was the cut line, or if it started earlier. And I just did not notice. My supervisor, Mike, was already there. Big guy with a beard that never connects in the middle, leaning on the hood with a clipboard and a styrofoam cup. And he said we had storm cleanup out by the veterans' cemetery, some trees down by the back fence, and maybe a bit beyond. I did not think anything about it. We service that place all the time, mow between the rows, edge the sidewalks, blow off the leaves from the little markers. It is one of the quieter jobs. People drive slow there and talk soft when they come to visit. And as long as you keep your headphones low, nobody really bothers you. It is neat, organized, flags in straight lines, dates and names all lined up. It never felt heavy to me. More like you are walking into some giant filing cabinet where everything is in order. So hearing we were headed there did not mean anything, except I knew I would be eating dust off the gravel lanes half the afternoon. There were 3 of us that day. Me, a guy named Reggie who had just started that month and still wore a different hat every day, like he was trying them all on for a new life. And Mike, who did most of the talking and none of the lifting when he could help it. We loaded the chainsaws, the pole saws, the fuel cans, the rakes, and that big orange blower on the back rack of the truck, strapped everything down, and pulled out just before 7, the sun finally clearing the trees and giving everything that sharp look where you can see every piece of trash on the shoulder. We drove past the base traffic, all those cars lined up at the gate, everybody in a hurry to sit still, and then cut off toward the cemetery road. And I remember I checked my phone when we hit the turn, 7:08, just out of habit because I like knowing how long jobs take, how much of my day the place is going to chew up. We pulled through the main gate with the brick pillars and the sign and the big flag that always looks too heavy for the pole. And it was like it always is, rows and rows of white markers, shortcut grass, the sound of our truck tires crunching on the little stones, that kind of soft quiet where the few people you see are far away and small. The storm that came through the night before had knocked some limbs down. You could see them lying in the grass near the far fence, long dark lines against the green. But what Mike wanted us for was the back edge, the part where the cemetery runs up against the tree line, because a pine had gone over on the fence and they thought there might be more ready to fall. So we drove all the way to the rear service gate, the one the visitors do not really see, just a metal bar and a dirt track that runs along the back, and we parked there. The air smelled like sap and wet needles instead of mower exhaust, and the ground squished under my boots when I stepped down. I remember tightening my gloves and thinking it was not such a bad way to spend the day, just cutting and hauling and stacking, nobody watching but the birds. The first couple hours were normal. I really want you to understand that. There was nothing in the air, nothing in the shadows. It was just work. We cut up the pine that was already down, hauled the pieces to the trailer, checked a few others that were leaning. The sun came up higher, and it got warm and sticky, and the bugs started coming out. I took my cap off twice to wipe sweat off my forehead with my sleeve, boys, and it felt like any other cleanup job on any other property. The only difference was every time I turned back toward the cemetery, I saw those rows of white markers between the trees, the way they just stopped at the fence. And then there was this wild line of woods behind them. It almost looked like somebody drew a line and said, order on one side, whatever on the other, and we were walking that line all day. It was Reggie who found it, not me, which is one of the things I hate about this. Because sometimes I think if I had been the one to see it first, maybe I would have done something different, stepped back, told nobody, or just kicked some dirt over it and walked away. I do not know, but I was over by the truck getting a new chain for the saw when I heard him call out, not loud, just that confused tone people use when they find something they do not have a word for yet. He said, "Hey man, you seeing this?" And I remember thinking he was talking about a snake or a hornet's nest or something simple like that, something you can point at. So I walked back along the fence line toward where he was, past the last few headstones and that little dip where the ground drops off into more trees. And there he stood on the other side of the fence, just inside the woods, one boot on a root and one in the soft ground, looking down at something half in the dirt and half out. The fence back there is just a tall chain link, no barbed wire. They like people to think it is open and respectful, I guess, even though there is a clear line of where you are meant to be. But the storm had knocked part of it almost flat where the tree went over, bent it down just enough that you could step over if you really wanted, and that is what he had done. I remember saying they are not going to like us crossing that. And he waved it off like it was nothing and pointed down, and that was the first time I saw the box. It was not a grave in the way the rest of that place is a grave. Not a stone with a name and dates and a little branch emblem up top. It was a wooden thing, rough boards, about the length of a man, sunk into the ground so only the top two boards showed, and dirt was piled around it. Like maybe at some point somebody meant to cover it all the way and never got around to it. The wood was dark with age and weather, soft at the edges, and laid right across the middle of the top board was a pair of dog tags, nailed through the chain into the wood with two shiny roofing nails that did not match the rest of it at all. They were bright, I remember that, catching the light where it broke through the branches. The metal of the tags clean like they had been wiped, while the chain between them had a little rust, not much, just enough to show it was not brand new. And I felt this cold little line run from the back of my neck right down my spine before I even stepped over the fence. Mike came up behind us asking what was taking so long, and then he saw it too, and his voice sort of dropped off. And we all just stood there a second, the three of us in this crooked triangle around that half-buried box. And the weird thing is, we did not say any of the obvious stuff. Know who would do this, or when did this get here? It was like the questions were already too much, and we were trying not to invite anything by speaking them out loud. I know you want me to tell you what was on the tags. That is what everybody asks first when I get this far, and I always say the same thing. I am not repeating that name. I am not putting that sound out again. I read it once, and it is still there in my head, clear, as if I was reading it right now. Row of letters, last name all caps, first name below, numbers and letters under that, and then a word that tied it to the base. I saw the year on there too, stamped real neat. But that also I am not saying, because there is no way it matches the age on that wood. And I'm not going to give my brain more chances to try to line those numbers up into something that makes sense, because there is no good way to do that, and I am done trying. The only thing I will say is this. It was not some ancient relic. It was not from 100 years ago. It belonged to someone who walked around under the same sky as me, who breathed this air, who maybe drove down the same road to the gate in the mornings. And that knowledge hit me harder than anything, because if it was old and far away, you could push it into that part of your mind with old photos and history books. But this was recent enough that you could imagine him standing in a grocery line ahead of you. Mike finally cleared his throat and said we needed to call the office and see if this was on any map, any record, because it sure did not look official. And he did not want to be the one to mess with something we did not have permission to touch. So he stepped back over the fence to get his phone from the truck, and I stayed there because for some reason I did not want to turn my back on it. Not in some dramatic way, just a quiet little resistance. Like if I faced away, it would be closer when I turned back. It was when he walked off and Reggie shifted his foot a little nearer to the end of the box that I felt it the first time. The pressure. That is the only word that comes close. Like somebody set a sack of wet concrete on my chest without moving their hands. Like the air right in front of me folded in and got heavy. My breath went short and shallow. Not panicky, just like my lungs suddenly had half the room. They did a second ago. I remember my fingers tightening on the fence post, and my first thought was, did I drink enough water? Am I having some kind of heat thing? But it was not hot enough for that. And it did not feel like inside. It felt like something outside pushing in. I looked at Reggie, and his eyes were wide in this way that did not match his face. And he said real quiet, "Do you feel that, man?" And I nodded because I could not get enough air to answer properly without sounding strange. Mike called from the truck, wanting to know if the coordinates on his little map app looked about right. He said the office had no record of a burial back in the trees. Everything was supposed to be inside the fence, all in the grid, nothing off the books. He started fussing about people dumping stuff, old animal boxes or something, and told us to hang tight, that he was going to flag down the grounds manager to come take a look. And while he was talking, the weight stayed on us, steady, not increasing, not easing, like somebody holding down a hand. And it did not go away until he hung up and walked back, the second he raised his leg to step over the bent fence. It was gone, like a switch got flipped. My lungs opened and I took this huge, sharp breath without meaning to. I almost staggered. Reggie let out this little laugh that did not sound like him. And when Mike asked what was wrong, we both said nothing at the same time because there was already this soft agreement between us that we were not opening our mouths about that part unless we had to. The grounds manager was an older man named Harris, retired himself, who walked around that place all day with a clipboard and a little radio. He came along the lane in his white pickup. About 20 minutes later, we could hear the crackle of his radio before we saw him. The whole time we were waiting, I made myself keep working on the downed limbs near the fence line because standing still made my skin crawl, but I would not go closer than a certain spot. I could feel where that 10-foot ring started without measuring it. I tested it once, by mistake, when I backed up to drag a branch, and my heel hit that invisible line, and there it was again. That squeeze, like first deep breath at the bottom of a pool. And I jerked forward so fast, Reggie asked what my problem was. I told him I tripped. That was the first lie of a lot of lies I told that day. When Harris got there, Mike waved him over and pointed out the spot, and he stood there, just inside the woods, hands on his hips, staring at the box and the tags. And I watched his jaw muscle jump a couple times. He did not step close enough to hit that line, though. I noticed that. He stayed back, just far enough that I knew he was still breathing easy. He told us they had some older burials near that edge, from before they expanded the main rows. But those had stones and numbers and paperwork back in the office. He had never heard of a wooden coffin off in the trees. He did not like that the chain link was down either. He kept looking up at the bend in the metal and then down at the box, back and forth, like he was trying to decide which one bothered him more. Then he said something that has stuck under my skin since. He said, "I walk this perimeter every week, boys. Every single week. And this is not something I am the kind of man to miss." And when he said that last part, his voice got kind of low, not angry, just offended, like the ground had gone behind his back and done something without asking. He got on his radio and made some calls, quiet so we could not hear details, then told us we were to mark off the area with caution tape, stay out of the trees, and finish our work along the rest of the fence. And somebody from the base and somebody from whoever handles those records was going to come out later and take a look. Maybe bring a truck. He did not say dig. He did not say move. He just kept it general. And I noticed he did not reach for the tags, did not touch the box. He did not step over that line either. He had us do the tape. And when I walked closer with the stake in my hand, the same thing happened. 10 feet. That is all. 1 minute, I am breathing normal. The next minute, it felt like every inhale had to fight its way in. Not enough to drop me, just enough that my body knew something was off. Like when you walk into a room that suddenly smells wrong. Only this was everything. The air, my own heartbeat, the way my ears picked up every small sound. A squirrel scratching bark sounded like sandpaper on metal. A bird wing overhead. Felt like it had weight. I pushed the stake in and backed out quick, like the distance could take the feeling off my chest. And it did. As soon as I stepped back, I felt this little pop inside. Not painful, but clear, like the air was saying, "Fine, you can have your space again." And I shook out my shoulders and pretended I was just working stiffness away. The rest of the day, we tried to act like it was fine. We really did. We cut and stacked and loaded. And we did not look at the yellow tape more than we had to. And nobody talked about the way it slumped in the heat around that one spot. Like even the plastic was tired. Mike said at one point that it was probably some old forgotten plot from maybe before the cemetery was official. He threw out words like temporary interment. Like if he used enough official sounding terms, it would file itself away in his head and not bother him. But even he stayed away from walking too close. I saw him angle around it, though he never said why. I kept telling myself they would come back with a real crew, Dig it up, move it, put a stone where it belonged or something. Make it tidy, and that would be the end. Only it was not the end, and you know that already. Or I would not be here talking like this. Over the next week, we were back there twice. Once to mow, once to trim, and both times the tape was still up. The fence was still bent, and the box was still there, exactly the same. The tags flat and shining on the top board, not covered by leaves, not knocked askew by wind or animals. Just lying there like somebody had set them down 10 minutes ago. The first time back, I told myself I would not test that line again. I would just do my work and leave it alone. But I could feel it from the corner of my eye, like a space that had weight. So of course I ended up drifting closer, because that is what people do. We circle the thing that scares us instead of walking away clean. I was running the trimmer along the back row of headstones, 10, 15 feet inside the fence from the woods, and with the engine whining in my hands and the string kicking up bits of grass and dirt, I could still tell the exact spot in that line where everything shifted. It was not even where the box was. It was a ring, an invisible circle that touched the fence line in one little arc. And the second I stepped into that piece, the sound of the trimmer dropped under a pressure in my ears, like you get before a storm when your head feels stuffed. And that weight on my chest landed again, steady and calm, like it had been waiting for me to be dumb enough to come back. It did not spike. It did not slam me. It just resumed. That is the word I keep using. Like it had paused and unpaused. Like I was not the only one keeping track of where I was in relation to that grave. That day, I did something I should not have done. I know that now. I kept my feet planted right there, and I counted under my breath, slowly, 1, 2, 3, up to 30, to see if the feeling would change, if my body would adapt, and it did not. My heart kept this slow, heavy beat. Not fast, just thick. My ribs felt like they had straps around them, and there was this strange awareness of the space between my back and the fence, like it mattered very much that I could not see what was behind me. I turned then. I could not stop myself. I turned the trimmer off, pulled the ear protection half off my head, and looked past the chain link into the trees, right at the taped off spot. And that is when I saw him for the first time. He was standing next to the box, not on top, not hovering, just next to it. Close enough that if he had been flesh, you could reach out and touch his sleeve. He was in uniform, not dress, regular working gear, the kind I see in town all the time. Boots, pants, blouse, but without any color that registered right. My mind kept trying to label the shade and sliding off. It was not bright, it was not dark, it was just there, taking up space. His hands were at his sides, fingers straight, not clenched, not loose, his shoulders straight, like he was at some kind of mild attention, not formal but still. And his head was turned. That is what stuck out first, not the fact that I could see through him a little, not like in movies, more like looking through a curtain where you know something is on the other side, but you cannot make it sharp. The thing that grabbed me was that his head was turned further than it should be, not spun all the way around or anything, just a little too far to the right. The chin pulled over his shoulder, and it was turned in my direction. And I knew, in that way your body knows, when eyes are on you, even in a dark room, that if I took 3 steps left, his head would tilt. That it was not the grave or the trees he was facing. It was me. I did not move. My legs felt like they had been poured into the ground, and my breath was coming shallow again, the pressure up another small notch, like someone pressing a second hand on the same point. And I told myself I was having some kind of stress reaction, that maybe the long hours and the heat were getting to me, that people staring at white markers all day probably start seeing things. I tried to blink it away. I stared hard at one of the trees behind him, at the pattern of bark, and for a second I thought it worked because the edges of him got fuzzier when I focused past. But the second I looked straight back, the lines tightened again, and his head was still turned, a little more even maybe. like he was working it around in slow, careful clicks that made no sound. I do not know how long I stood there. It could have been 10 seconds. It could have been 2 minutes. But what snapped me out of it was Reggie calling my name from halfway down the row, asking if I had extra string. I heard his voice like it was coming through cotton. Then all at once, the weight let go, like someone stepped back, and the spot where the soldier had been was just trees and tape. Again, the box exactly where it had been, the dirt undisturbed. And I gasped, not even a big dramatic sound, just that sharp catch your body does when you did not realize you were holding something in. My hand shook when I bent to set the trimmer down. I almost did not say anything to Reggie. I almost just said, forget it, and worked the rest of the day with my head down. But when he walked up and saw my face, he frowned and asked if I was sick, if I wanted to sit in the truck a bit. And before I could stop myself, I said, "You did not see him, did you?" And immediately wished I could stuff the words back down my throat. And Reggie went still in this weird way, like everything inside him froze. Then he said, "Real careful, see who?" And I realized there was more than one way to be alone with something. So I lied. I said nothing. "Man, I thought I saw Harris over there, but it was just a tree." And he stared at me 1 beat too long, then nodded and held out his hand for the spare string, and we finished the shift with this heavy silence between us that had nothing to do with being tired. That night was the first time I woke up clawing at my own chest. I dreamed my ribcage was nailed shut like that lid, that there was a dog tag hanging from a nail just under my skin instead of a sternum. I woke up gasping, sitting straight up in bed with my shirt stuck to me and my fingers pressing into my own bones, certain for a second that if I looked down, I would see numbers stamped under the skin. I got up, walked around the apartment, turned on every light. Even though the electric bill was already choking me, opened the fridge just to hear the normal little hum, and there, taped to the side of the fridge, where I keep my work schedule, was the little slip Mike had given me that afternoon, saying we had another run out to the cemetery on Thursday. And when I saw that date, my heart did something strange. Not a jump, not a skip, more like it turned over and then kept going, slower, heavier. And I just stood there with the fridge door open, feeling the cool air on my legs, and thinking that I did not want to go back, that I would rather mow the medians by the strip mall in the blazing sun for a week than step 1 foot near those trees. But I knew I was going to, because that is the job. You show up, you do what is on the sheet, you go home, and nobody wants to hear about feelings you got near a patch of woods behind a row of graves. The next time we went, they had added more tape, bright new lines crisscrossing the back corner, and there was a little orange flag, like the ones survey crews stick in the ground, right near the box. It was not there before, and seeing it made something twist in me, because it meant more people had been there without us, more eyes on that spot, more feet stepping up to the line or past it, more reasons for whatever is tied to that wood to know there are living bodies nearby. And that sounds dramatic, I know, but that is how it felt, like we were not the only ones working the perimeter anymore. We never saw a dig crew, not once, but things around that spot kept showing small changes. The dirt smoothed one day, scattered the next. A pine cone that had been wedged against the corner, gone without a mark. The tags always exactly where they had been. Not a millimeter moved, bright and clean, catching the light even on overcast mornings. I stopped going near enough to feel the weight if I could help it. I would angle my mower around the last few rows and let the grass get a little longer there, hoping nobody noticed. But sometimes the job forced me to, and each time it was the same. Step into that 10-foot ring and it was like the air thickened. Step out and it dropped. Not gradually, like a wall. I started timing my breath to it. Big inhale before I crossed the line. Hold shallow inside, then out again once I was clear. And that is not something you can explain to a timesheet. Things were happening to other people too. That is how I knew it was not just in my head. One afternoon, I watched a man in a polo shirt and slacks Somebody from the office, maybe. Walk along the back path with Harris, both of them talking and pointing at the fence. And when they got near that taped-off section, the office man took 2 more steps than Harris, like he was not paying attention to where his feet were. And you could see him hit the ring. His shoulders went up. His hand went to his chest, like he had forgotten something. He looked back, not at the box, at Harris, but his eyes slid in that direction just a fraction. And he took 1 step backward without realizing it, like his body had pulled him back out of range before his mind caught up. And then he laughed, this high, quick sound that did not match his serious clothes. And I was too far away to hear the words, but I saw him shake his head, like he was shrugging it off. And I knew he had felt it too. The push, the weight, whatever it is. And he was already shoving it into the box labeled, "I am tired, I am stressed, I skipped lunch," anywhere but where it really belongs. The worst, though, was that night, and that is the one I cannot get past, the one that sits on my chest now, even when I am nowhere near that place. It was about a month after we first found the box. They still had not moved it. And I had started doing this thing I am not proud of. I would drive the long way home to avoid passing the main gate of the cemetery. Even though it was an extra 10 minutes of gas I could not really afford, I would tell myself there was more traffic the usual way, that I liked the back roads better. But really, I did not want that flag and those white markers in my windshield, because I could not think about that place without tasting dirt in my mouth, like I had been eating it anyway. That evening, Mike called and asked if I could do him a favor and swing by the cemetery for a quick check because there had been some wind, nothing big. But they wanted someone to make sure nothing had fallen across the main drive for a funeral the next morning. And he did not have anyone else nearby. And before I could come up with an excuse, my mouth was already saying, "Sure, I am not far. I will go take a look," because that is what you say when you want to keep your job. And I told myself it was the front part only. I would not go near the back, in and out in 10 minutes. No problem. It was already dark when I got there. That thick kind of dark you get out by the fields, where there are not as many streetlights. The main entrance lights were on, the big flag lit from below, snapping slow in a little breeze. I could not feel yet from inside the truck. The gate was open, but the parking lot was empty. I pulled in, my headlights sweeping over the first rows, all those stones flashing by like teeth. I turned them down to low and eased along the main drive. The gravel made that crunching sound under my tires that I had started to hate. I kept my eyes on the pavement, scanning for branches or trash, not looking to either side more than I had to. The cab was quiet, just the little hum of the engine, and my own breathing a little faster than it needed to be. I told myself, just do the loop, check the far curve, turn around, leave, simple. But when I got to the curve near the back, the one that runs parallel to the tree line, my headlights caught something ahead, standing in the road, something tall and narrow, and my first stupid thought was some deer had wandered in. But the shape did not fit. It was too straight, too even, no angles like legs, no ears, just a vertical line. I slowed, my hands already tight on the wheel. And as I came closer, I saw it was the little service gate that should have been closed. The metal bar swung out into the lane halfway, like somebody had pulled it and not latched it. I stopped the truck, left the engine running, and just stared at it. Because I knew we had left that thing chained every time. Mike was big on that. No open gates near any tree line. The last thing we needed was animals or people wandering in. The chain was hanging there, hook undone, lazy, like it had slipped all on its own. This is the part where I know I made a mistake. And you can say that. You can sit there and say, I should have backed up, called Mike, told him the gate was open, and that was that. Let somebody else fix it in the morning, and you are right, I should have. But there is a thing that happens when you are trained to keep places tidy. Your mind tells you it is just one little thing. Just reach out and hook the chain. No big deal. And it will bug you all night if you leave it messy. So I sighed, put the truck in park, left the lights on, and stepped out into that thin air. The first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. You could usually hear at least some traffic hum from the highway or a dog barking in the distance. But that night, it was just nothing. Not even crickets, like somebody had put a glass dome over the place. I shut the door softly, even though there was nobody around to hear, and walked around the front of the truck, the headlights throwing my shadow long across the gravel toward the gate. It looked warped, stretched like it belonged to somebody taller. I kept my eyes on the chain, telling myself not to look past it, not toward the trees, not toward that taped-off corner I knew was back there like a sore tooth. I reached out, my fingers closing around the cold metal, and that is when the wind changed. It came from behind me, from the rows of stones, just a little push of air, enough to move the edge of my shirt, and with it came the smell, not of cut grass and wet dirt like usual, but something dry and old. The smell of uniforms that have been hung in a closed closet for years, of paper stored in boxes, of dust that has been undisturbed and then suddenly lifted. It slid right into my nose and sat there, and my hand froze on the chain, and I heard boots on gravel. I am not talking about imagination. I am not talking about some faint noise I could explain as my own steps. I was standing still, my boots planted, and the sound came from behind me. Steady, measured, the exact pace you hear when a formation crosses a lot. 1, 2, 1, 2. The weight of it right in the center of my back, not off to the side, not wandering like whoever it was had walked up out of one of those straight rows and was headed directly for the gate. And I was in the way. My skin went cold under my shirt, and my first instinct was to step aside and let them pass. That is how real it felt. In that second, I almost moved without turning around. Just slide to the right like you do in a hallway when you are in front of someone. But I did not, because another part of me, deeper and older, said, "Do not you dare turn your back on that line." So I did the opposite. I turned, not fast, not like in a movie, just slow, like I was afraid any sudden motion would break something fragile in the air. And I looked over the hood of the truck toward the headstones. There was nobody there, of course. Nobody human standing on the drive. But the sound did not stop when I turned. It just changed. It shifted from being in my ears to being in my chest. That same measured step, inside the pressure, and the weight that had always been a ring in the trees was suddenly sitting right on me. Even though I was a good 20 yards from the taped-off corner, my lungs locked, my heart went heavy, and the rows of stones in the headlights seemed to lean, just a fraction, like I was looking at them through bad glass. And between the third and fourth row nearest the gate, I saw him again, the same shape, the same off-color uniform, the same straight shoulders. Only this time, he was not by the box. He was out among the markers, half in shadow, and his head was turned further than before. It was almost over his shoulder now. His chin pulled back so far I could see the line of his throat too long under it. And I knew he was looking at me, not at the truck, not at the open gate, at me, and every part of me wanted to drop my eyes like you do when you accidentally meet the gaze of someone you should not stare at. But I could not. It was like we were locked there, and the boots kept walking. Only they were not moving his legs. He was still. The sound was moving through the gravel without a body, coming nearer, the crunch of each step louder inside my own ribs, and with each one, the pressure on my chest went up another notch. 10, 15, 20. I lost count. My vision started to gray at the edges, and I realized I was not breathing at all now. My body had just stopped, like it knew that bringing any more of that air in would be worse than going without. Something inside me broke then, not in some mystical way, just in the simple way a person reaches the end of what they can endure and chooses the only thing that is left. And I forced my hand to move, tore the chain up, hooked it over the post without bothering to latch it properly, and stumbled backward toward the truck, not turning around fully, keeping my eyes half on the rows, half on where I knew the tree line was. I fumbled for the door handle, almost missed it because my fingers were numb. And the second I yanked the door open and stepped one foot inside the cab, that weight let go like it had never been there. My lungs dragged in air, in a ragged gulp, loud in the silence, and the boot stopped mid-step, not faded, stopped like somebody had called halt. I slammed the door, locked it, even though glass does not care about locks, and sat there, hunched over the wheel, sucking in breath after breath, shaking so hard the keys rattled against the column. I did not look back at the fence. I did not look at the rows. I stared straight ahead at the little patch of road in the headlights and put the truck in drive with hands that barely felt the shifter. And I rolled out of there, slow, too afraid to speed. Like if I made any sudden move, the air would remember I was still inside its line and sit back down on me. I did not sleep at all that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that head turn too far, that uniform that did not take the light right, those boots I could not see but could feel pounding a path through gravel that was not moving. The next morning, I told Mike there had been no branches, gate was fine, everything clear. And when he asked why I sounded so rough, I said I had a stomach bug, which was not entirely wrong because my insides felt like they were trying to climb out of me. After that, I tried to get off that account. I asked to switch crews. I told him I was burned out on cemetery work, that it was getting to me a little. I did not say why. I just said the neat rows were starting to mess with my head. And he laughed and said we all have those days, and clapped me on the shoulder and handed me another sheet with that place written at the top. And I realized then that there was no neat way out, that I could either quit the job and have the same nightmares, but also no paycheck, or I could keep going and see how much of myself I could lose before something gave. In the end, it was not some big dramatic event that got me out of there. It was just a little thing that finally tipped the stack. We were working the far side one afternoon, near the older section with different stones, and I saw a woman in a blue dress walk along one of the front rows carrying flowers. She was far away, but I could see the way she moved, slow and careful, like every step had a word under it. And she stopped at a marker, knelt, set the flowers down, and bowed her head. And all at once I knew, with that ugly, clear knowing you cannot unsee, that if she walked too far to the back, if she somehow wandered past the last official stone and down toward that taped corner, she would feel it too, that push, that squeeze, and she would not have any reason to think it was anything but her own grief, her own chest breaking under the weight of what she had lost. She would never know there was something else pressing on her, something that does not care whose lungs it taps, that switches on at 10 feet around a box with a name nailed into it. And the idea of that, of regular people carrying their sadness up there and getting more added without knowing, made something in me twist in a way I could not ignore anymore. I quit a week later, told them I had a family thing out of state, that I needed to go help an uncle with a business. I made up a whole story on the spot, and they let me go easy because there is always somebody else ready to push a mower for not enough money. I started doing small jobs instead, residential stuff, old ladies' flower beds, parking lot medians, nothing near any fenced-off quiet land. And I thought, for a minute, that maybe that would be enough, that time and distance would thin it out, that the dreams would fade, and I could walk past a marble angel again without my heart climbing up my throat. That is not what happened, though. The pressure followed me, not constant, not as strong, but in little flashes. Walking past the military wall at the back of the grocery parking lot, where they put memorial bricks, my chest would tighten for 3 steps and then ease. At a parade when the color guard went by, I had to step back into a doorway because I thought I was going to pass out. One afternoon, I pulled into a gas station I had never been to before and realized there was a little fenced plot with 3 old stones right behind it, half hidden by bushes. And as soon as I saw them, the air in the cab got thick and I had to back out and go to another pump down the road. Even now, sitting here by this small country cemetery that has nothing to do with any base, my fingers tingle when I look at the gate, like my body is braced for the line that might be 10 feet in, even though I know there is no wooden box with tags nailed to it here, just regular townspeople under regular stones. I heard, a few months after I left, from a guy who still works for the company, that they finally did something out there. He said he went to mow, and the tape was gone, the fence was repaired, and there was no box in the trees. Just a little bare rectangle of darker dirt inside the line where the grass had not grown back yet. And when he said that, I felt my mouth go dry, because all I could think was, moved where? Did they take him deeper into the woods? Did they put him somewhere on the main grid with a stone and a name where families walk? Did they store him under some building on the base with other files and records? Did they do anything at all different than they always do when they find something that does not fit? Just write it in, make a line in a binder, and carry on. And part of me wanted to ask, did you feel anything when you were near that patch? Did your chest hurt? Did the air go thick? But I did not ask. I just nodded and pretended it was good news, that everything was in order. I am not telling you this to get anyone in trouble. I am not saying somebody did something wrong. I do not even know what right looks like in a situation like that. All I know is there is a line on this earth, out behind the neat white rose near the base, where the ground remembers a box that does not belong and the weight of a man who is not where he is supposed to be. And that memory is not gentle. It is not quiet. It pushes back when living lungs get too close. It turns heads that should not turn that far. It walks without moving legs. And once you have stood in that circle and had the air taken away from you by something you cannot name, you do not forget. Your body will not let you. That is why I drive the long way around town now. Why I park facing away from any place with stones. Why I turn the radio up when I have to pass the little churchyard where I am sitting now, pretending my battery light is not on, and that I'm going to start this truck and go home and sleep like a normal person. I avoid funeral processions. I avoid memorial walls. I will not stand for the anthem if they ask people to remember the fallen, not because I do not respect them, but because my chest starts to close like there is a hand in it, turning my ribs in, and I have to sit down before I fall. I am not brave anymore. If I ever was, I am just a guy who used to cut grass for a living and now cannot look at a row of flags without tasting that dry, old smell in the back of his throat. I keep thinking maybe if I say all of this in one go, if I lay it out plain, maybe whatever is listening will realize I am done, that I have carried as much as I can, that I'm not coming back to that fence line, that I have learned my lesson about stepping over bent metal into places that do not want me. But deep down, I know that is not how this works. The world does not make deals like that. The dead do not sign contracts with the living. We just walk around them, most of the time without knowing, and sometimes, if we are unlucky enough to be in the right job on the right morning. After the right storm, we find the one spot where the order slips and something presses through, and if we survive, we carry that pressure with us, like a second set of dog tags hanging from the inside of our ribs. And every time we get within 10 feet of any ground that remembers men in uniform, it tugs just a little to remind us that some graves are not content to lie still, and some soldiers are still standing at attention in the dark, head turned too far toward the nearest beating heart. The Grave That Bleeds, Pine Hollow, Maine. My name's Tyler Briggs. I'm from Pine Hollow, out past the old mill road, and I work for the town maintenance crew, plowing snow in winter and cutting grass in summer and fixing whatever breaks that nobody else wants to touch. And I know this is gonna sound crazy, man, but I'm telling you what happened, and you can do whatever you want with it after. I just need it out of my head for a while. That day started the most ordinary way you can think of. I was up before the alarm, like always lately, staring at the ceiling in that little bedroom over my mom's garage, listening to the oil burner kick on and the baseboards pop. It was March, still cold in the mornings, that kind of cold that hangs around even when the sun is out and the snow is mostly pulled back into the ditches. I remember what I ate because I keep looping back to that morning, trying to find the exact point where things were still normal. I had 2 pieces of toast with peanut butter. the cheap crunchy kind from the discount place, and a mug of coffee with powdered creamer because we were out of milk. I got a little smear of peanut butter on the front of my work hoodie, right where the zipper starts, and it made this dark patch that never really washed out all the way. Every time I look at that hoodie now, I see that spot, and I know that was the shirt I was wearing when I first saw it. I checked my phone before I left. It was 6:42 a.m., and the group text from the crew said we were meeting at the garage by 7 sharp because we had a full list: brush clearing along Route 11, pothole patching on Pine Street, and mowing and cleanup out at the cemetery because the ground had finally thawed enough that the graves were settling weird. Pine Hollow Cemetery sits at the edge of town, right where the houses thin out and the trees start. It is the one with the old stone sign that leans a little to the left and the iron gate that never quite shuts right. People drive past it going out toward the highway, and they pretend it is just another patch of land. But everybody in town knows someone who is in there. My dad is up on the slope on the right. I was used to that place. I grew up dropping off flowers with my mom, raking leaves there for extra cash in the fall, helping old Mrs. Connors find her husband's marker after the snow melted and the little plastic flags fell over. It was just part of the town to me. I did not think of it as anything special. That morning, I pulled on my steel toes, grabbed my gloves off the hook by the door, and my mom called from the kitchen, asking if I wanted a lunch packed or if I was going to grab something at the gas station. I said I would just get a sandwich later, and I still remember how normal her voice sounded. The sky was that washed out gray blue when I walked to the truck, crust of frost on the windshield, my breath hanging in front of my face. I turned the key and the engine turned over slow, like it was tired too, but it caught. The radio came on with that morning talk show, people laughing about something stupid, and I shut it right off. I do not like noise first thing. It makes my head feel crowded. I pulled out onto Mill Road, past the old mill that has been boarded up since I was a kid, and I could see the top of the cemetery hill through the trees when I came around the bend. It was just there, like it always is, that line of stones against the sky. I did not feel anything yet. I punched in at 6:58, and the clock in the garage always runs 2 minutes slow, so technically I was early. The other guys were there. Rick with his travel mug that smells like cinnamon, Nate scrolling on his phone, leaning against the plow truck, and Mr. Howard, the foreman, flipping through the clipboard with our assignments for the day. He is one of those men who looks like he was born tired. He handed me and Nate the stack with the cemetery circled in blue pen. Grounds maintenance, fix sunken corner at plot row F, marker G17, inspect drainage along the south fence. I remember that exact writing because I kept seeing those letters later. G17. At the time, it meant nothing, just another stone. We loaded the small mower, the trimmer, shovels, a bag of sand mix, and a couple of lengths of perforated drain pipe onto the flatbed. It was me driving and Nate riding shotgun, kicking his boots up on the dash like he always does, even though I yell at him about the mud. He was talking about some game he stayed up too late playing online, saying his eyes felt like sandpaper. I just grunted along, thinking about where I was going to get lunch. When we turned out of the garage lot and headed toward the cemetery, the sun was climbing over the trees and the sky was bright, but it still felt like morning, that hollow kind of quiet before the town really wakes up. We passed the bakery and the smell of bread came right into the cab. There was nothing strange, no feeling, no warning. The gate at Pine Hollow Cemetery sticks if you do not lift it while you push, so I hopped out and did that while Nate maneuvered the truck through. The gravel under my boots was still damp from the melt, and there were little puddles in the low spots. The grass at the entrance always greens up first, so there were these patches of bright color between the gray and brown, and the stones near the gate had those cheap plastic flowers people put out around Christmas, faded red and green, some knocked over by the wind. We parked near the maintenance shed, a little cinder block building with peeling white paint, and a door that does not close unless you lean your shoulder into it. There is a sink in there that drains into a pipe that runs behind the hill and out toward the woods. That is why we were checking the drainage. Mr. Howard said the south side looked soggy when he drove by last week. We unloaded the tools and did a quick walk around, picking up branches and blown trash. There was a white grocery bag caught on a low stone, flapping, and I pulled it off and stuffed it in the pocket of my hoodie without thinking. I wish I paid attention to the order. I did things that morning, but I'm trying to tell this straight, not like some movie. We got to the backside, along the south fence, where the ground dips. You can see the road from there, just the tops of the cars going past. The ditch that runs along the outside was full of muddy water, but inside the fence, near row F, the ground did not look flooded, just darker. The stones back there are newer, the polished kind with clear lettering and little laser-etched images. G17 was maybe the fifth stone in from the corner, second row back. I did not know the name on it yet. I just saw the marker number on the base when we walked up. There was something wrong with the grass in front of it. At first, I thought it was just where the grave had settled and the sod had sunk like a bowl. I have seen that 100 times. You poke a bar down, add some fill, level it out, done. But this one looked damp when everything else around it was frosty. The sun had not been on that spot long enough to melt anything, but the soil right in front of the stone was dark, like somebody had poured something there. I remember saying, "Looks like someone spilled paint or something." And Nate said, "Who would bring paint to a cemetery?" And we both kind of laughed. Up close, it did not look like paint. It looked thicker. There was this dark red streak running from the base of the stone down across the little dip in the ground, into the grass. I thought maybe some flowers in one of those cheap vases had leaked dye when the water spilled. You see that sometimes the color runs off the plastic and stains the stone. I reached out and touched the side of the base with my glove, and my finger came away wet, and the droplets on the stone did not look like anything I had seen run off fake flowers. They were too heavy, and they were coming from the seam where the upright marker sits on the base, like there was something between them that was seeping out slow. I figured maybe there was some kind of sealant in there that had gone bad, maybe rust from the pins. I do not know. We look after the grounds, not the stones themselves, but I am around them enough that I know what is normal. This was not normal. Still, it was early and my brain was on autopilot. I wiped my glove on the grass and said we should check the drainage, see if a pipe was cracked under there. Sometimes water pressure does weird things. Nate knelt down and pushed his fingers into the soil in that dip, and he jerked his hand back and made a face. He said, "That is not right, man." I asked him what it felt like, and he said warm. The air was maybe in the low 40s at that point, and the ground everywhere else we had stepped was cold enough to crunch. I crouched down and put my hand where his had been and pressed. The soil gave under my fingers like wet sponge, and I swear to you, it felt warmer than the air, like it had its own temperature. When I pulled my hand back up, there was that dark red smear across my skin where it had soaked through the glove. It was not bright like fresh blood, more like something that had been sitting. It did not smell like blood either. It had a sweet metallic smell, like pennies and something rotten under it, but not like a dead animal. I stood up fast and wiped my hand on the grass again and said, "Maybe a deer got hit on the road and it splashed through the fence." It was the first excuse that came to mind. Nate walked to the fence and looked through and said there was nothing on the other side. No marks, no fur, nothing. He is not the kind of guy to get spooked easy. He hunts. He has gutted deer behind his uncle's barn since he was a teenager. But he did not want to stand too close to that stone all of a sudden. He said, "Maybe we should call Howard," and I told him, "Yeah, let us at least see what the marker says, so we know what we are talking about." I read the name out loud. It was a woman, mid-30s from the dates, died last fall. I will not repeat the name here. I do not want anyone looking it up or bothering her family. there was a little etched picture of trees and a lake, and one of those phrases people put on stones about being forever loved, forever missed. The letters were crisp, no moss, no lichen yet. It looked like any standard grave marker, except for the fact that it was leaking from the seam like a slow nosebleed. While we were standing there, a drop formed on the front edge and fell, and both of us watched it hit the ground and sink in. It did not spread like water. It was too thick. I pulled my phone out to take a picture, thinking if we were going to report a stone problem to the office, it would help to show them. My hand shook just enough that the first photo came out blurry. I took another one, and that one was slightly crooked, capturing the edge of Nate's boot and the fence behind us. If I had known how much that picture would get passed around later, I would have tried to frame it better, but at the time, I just wanted proof that we were not seeing things. We walked back up to the truck, and I called Mr. Howard while Nate loaded the shovel. I told him there was some kind of leak at G17, like maybe a pipe under there had broken or someone had dumped something. He asked if it smelled like sewage, and I said no, it was more like iron and something I could not place. He grunted and said he would drive out after he finished marking potholes on Elm. He told us to rope off the area so visitors would not step in it, and then start on the drainage inspection along the rest of the fence. So that is what we did. We got one of those little rolls of caution tape from the truck and 4 metal stakes and made a square around the grave, maybe 4 feet out from the stone in every direction. While we were pushing the stakes in, I saw that the stain in the grass had grown since we first walked up, like it had spread another inch or 2 down the slope. There was no rain, no new water. It was just coming. At that point, it still did not set in as anything supernatural. It was just wrong in a way that did not fit any box I had in my head. So my brain kept trying to shove it into things I did understand. A spill, a prank, a broken container of something buried under there. We moved along the fence line, checking for soft spots, looking at where the ditch outside the cemetery met the land inside. We found one place where the soil had washed out under a couple of stones, so we marked that for later. But both of us kept looking back toward that strip of yellow tape around G17, like you do when you know there is a stove burner on in the other room. Around 10, Mr. Howard showed up in his town pickup. He is not quick, but he is steady, and I felt better when I saw him get out with his clipboard and his worn-out boots. I walked him back to the grave, and Nate hung back a little. Howard squinted at the stone, adjusted his glasses, and then crouched down as far as his knees would let him. He touched the base with one finger, wiped it, looked at the red smear, sniffed it, and then stood up. He did not say anything for a full minute. The older you get, the more you know when something is off just by watching an older guy's face. His usual bored look was gone. He looked like he did when he found that sinkhole behind the school a few years back. He told us to get the shovel and the probe bar. Officially, we are not supposed to disturb a grave without the funeral director present. But he has been doing this long enough that he sometimes bends that when he thinks something is going to cause a bigger problem later. He said, "We are just checking the depth, nothing more. And if anyone asks, we were making sure the soil compaction was holding." He had that tight tone in his voice. We drove the probe into the ground in front of the stone. It went in easy, too easy. There is a certain feel you get for how deep a standard burial is. You hit resistance. You can count off about 6 feet, and you know you are near the casket. This bar just kept sliding. I held on to the top, and it went down and down, until my gloved hand was almost at the level of the grass, and we still had not hit anything solid. I pulled it back out, and the end was coated up past the mark they had painted on it at 3 feet. That is as far as you should ever need to go. Howard had me try again slightly off to the side. Same thing. He said, "That is enough." And he wiped his forehead even though it was not hot. He told Nate to get a 5-gallon bucket from the truck, and he knelt and started scooping some of the mushy soil into it with his hands. It was a mess. Dark clumps mixed with that same red sludge. He did not comment on it. He just gathered a sample like it was any other bad drainage job. Then he straightened up and said he was calling the funeral home and the town office. We were to leave that grave alone and work on something else until we heard back. So we did. We spent the rest of the morning mowing the front section near the road, where the older stones lean and some of the names are half gone. I kept glancing back across the rows, and every time I could see that strip of yellow tape back there like a little warning sign. Around noon, we took lunch in the truck, sandwiches from the gas station. I remember I got ham and cheese and a small bag of chips. I could not finish it. My stomach felt tight. Nate kept saying it has to be some kind of joke, like maybe someone poured animal blood in there on purpose. But neither of us could figure out who would do that or why. And why only that grave? We did not talk about how the bar went down too far. We both had that in our heads and did not want to say it out loud. Around 1, the funeral director, Mr. Ellery, showed up with his assistant. They came in their suits, even though the ground was muddy. Howard met them by the shed, and I saw him showing them the bucket, talking low, gesturing. They walked back to the grave together while me and Nate pretended to be very interested in picking up branches near the main path. We were close enough to see their faces. Ellery is the kind of man who has seen every kind of grief there is. He has that calm, practiced manner. When he saw the stone and the stain and the tape, his face lost that calm for just a second. His assistant, younger guy, swallowed hard. They talked for a while, and then Ellery went back to his car and made a few calls. By 3 in the afternoon, there were 2 more cars there, one from the town office and one that had state plates. Somebody higher up must have gotten interested fast. They brought out a couple of sample vials and took more of the red stuff, labeled it all business. Nobody answered when I asked what they thought it was. They said it would have to be tested. I watched them from a distance, my gloves in my hands, the sweat on my palms, cooling in the air. I kept thinking about the woman's family, how they would feel if they found out there was something wrong with her grave. I do not know if that is why I went back early the next morning without being told. Maybe I just wanted to make sure the tape was still there, that the stone was still standing, that everything looked normal again, and we could chalk it up to a weird plumbing issue or some vandalism that had been cleaned up. That night after work, my mom asked how my day went. I told her it was fine, just yard work, because I did not want to worry her. I went up to my room early, laid on the bed in my work clothes, and stared at the ceiling again, trying not to picture that dark streak in the grass. I checked my phone at 10:17 p.m. I remember that time because I kept waking up and checking it, thinking I had overslept, even though I had set the alarm. I finally got up at 5:30, took a quick shower, put the same hoodie on because it was closest, the peanut butter stain a little faded but still visible. This time I grabbed a banana on my way out, instead of making toast. The roads were quiet, a light mist hanging over the low spots. When I turned past the cemetery on my way to the garage, something made me slow down. I looked through the fence as I passed, and I could see down the slope where the yellow tape was. It was flapping a little in the breeze. The ground there looked darker than the rest, even from the road. At the garage, Howard was not there yet. Neither were the other guys. I was early, 6:31 by the clock. I stood there for a minute, keys in my hand, and then I got back in the truck and turned around. I told myself I would just do a quick check, make sure nobody had messed with our work overnight. I pulled into the cemetery, the gate complaining like always, and parked closer than we usually do, halfway up the main path. The mist was thicker there, sitting low between the stones. It was quiet in that way, where you can hear your own breathing. I walked back toward the south fence, my boots crunching on the gravel and then sinking a little into the softer ground. As I got closer, I could smell it before I saw it. That same sweet metallic scent, stronger now. The tape was still up, but the stain had grown. The dark red trail that had been just in front of the stone yesterday now ran all the way down the little dip and pooled near one of the stakes. It looked like someone had poured gallons of the stuff out of the base of the stone and let it run overnight, except there were no splash marks, no wider pattern. It had just crept. There were streaks on the front of the stone now, like it had overflown and trickled down in places. My stomach twisted. In the early light, with nobody else around, it did not look like anything I could explain away. I walked closer, to the edge of the tape. My brain kept saying, "It is paint. It is some kind of resin. It is something natural. Do not jump to conclusions." But my body did not believe it. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck go up. I realized I was holding my breath. I took my phone out again and snapped another picture. For a second, when I looked at the screen, I could have sworn the dark pool at the bottom was moving, like it shifted very slightly toward my boot. But when I blinked and looked at the actual ground instead of the picture, it was still. That is the first time I remember thinking it did not want to stay where it was. I stepped back. The mist was thicker around that section. I do not mean I saw fog pouring out of the grave or anything like that. It was subtle. The air just looked heavier there, like when you see heat rising off asphalt in the summer, except it was cold. I heard the crunch of tires on gravel up at the gate, and I almost jumped. It was just Howard pulling in. He saw my truck and parked next to it. When he walked down and saw me by the tape, he stopped beside me and stared. None of us are poets, so it is not like he said anything dramatic. He just muttered, "It is worse," and I nodded. He told me the samples had been sent to a lab in Bangor. That is all he knew. They had not gotten results yet. He did not sound like he believed they were going to give him an answer he could put in a report. The other guys showed up, and pretty soon there were more cars again, more eyes on that one patch of ground. Word gets around in a small town faster than any official memo. Somebody posted one of my pictures in a group chat, and then it was on a local page, and then people started whispering in the grocery store line. I did not put it online myself. I want that to be clear. I wish nobody had. By the third day, there were tests. I do not know all the details because they did not tell us everything, but I heard enough. The first report said it was not blood in the usual sense. It did not have the right composition, but when they checked for DNA markers, they found multiple human profiles in it, mixed together. Not one person. Several. That is the point where I should have walked away. I should have told the town I could not work that site anymore and swapped to some other duty. But how do you do that when your job is to fix things like broken pipes and washouts? It is hard to tell your boss you are scared of a grave. It sounds crazy. So I kept going out there. At first it was always with someone else. Then, as the official attention started to pull back a little and the tape stayed up, but the cars from the state stopped coming, it was just back to us again. Me and Nate and Howard. The grave kept leaking. They tried to plug it, I am not kidding. One day, while we were working up near the veterans section, this guy from the stone company came out with some kind of epoxy. He said if there was condensation building up inside the joint, sealing it might stop the moisture. He cleaned the seam, wiped it dry, and applied his stuff carefully all the way around. For a couple of hours, the stone looked normal. Then, late afternoon, when the sun was starting to dip and the shadows from the trees stretched across the rows, I walked past on my way back to the shed and saw the epoxy line bulging, like there was pressure behind it. Tiny dark beads were forcing their way out at regular intervals. 1, 2, 3. Each drop forming at nearly the same spacing. It squeezed through the hardened sealant as if it was nothing. It did not slow down. He came back the next day and saw what had happened and just shook his head. He did not try again. People started calling it the bleeding grave, even though nobody wanted to use the word blood. They said the grave was sweating or leaking or weeping. Sweating sounds like something that will dry on its own if you just wait. Weeping sounds sad but gentle. Neither of those words fit what it looked like by the end of that week. I had to mow around it every couple of days because people kept coming to stand at the tape. They left flowers now, not just for the woman buried there, but like they were leaving offerings to the place itself, as if that would calm it down. I did not like how close I had to get with the mower. The engine noise would drown out everything, and I could not hear if someone walked up behind me. And I found myself looking over my shoulder every few passes, expecting to see someone standing on the other side of the tape staring at me. A couple of times there were people there, but they were just curious townsfolk. They would ask me if I had heard the rumors, like I was not the one who had been dealing with it since the start. I would tell them it was a drainage issue we were still working on, and they would nod and go quiet, and then leave. The first time I looked at the name on the stone after the tests came back, I felt something tighten in my chest. I knew her aunt. She worked at the post office. I remembered her crying at the graveside service last fall because my mom had gone and she had told me about it. That is when it started feeling personal. Not like some random plot on the back hill, but like something had gone wrong with one of ours. I started dreaming about it. I would wake up in the dark, thinking my bed was sinking on one side, my hand touching something warm and wet under the sheets. And then I would flip on the lamp, and everything would be dry, the mattress solid. There is one dream that happened more than once. In it, I am standing at the tape line, looking at the stone, and the red pool at the bottom starts to widen. It creeps toward me, slow but steady, and I cannot move my feet. It touches the toe of my boot, and I feel heat climbing up my leg, into my chest. Like I am being hollowed out, I wake up gasping, my heart pounding. You can say that is just my brain trying to make sense of a messed up job site. And maybe you are right, but it does not make it feel any less real when it is happening. The worst part did not start until they decided they needed to open the grave. I do not know whose decision that was, maybe a judge, maybe the family agreed. I never saw the paperwork. All I know is one morning, there was a backhoe parked near the south fence and a crew from the funeral home standing there with solemn faces. We were told to clear the area, keep other visitors away, and be available if they needed extra hands. I did not want to be there, but I also did not want them doing it without someone who knew the ground. The backhoe operator, a guy from 2 towns over, lined up his bucket and started scraping the top layer of turf. The machine made this grinding sound that echoed off the stones. The bucket bit into the soil in front of the marker where the stain was deepest. When he lifted it, the dirt in it looked almost black, streaked with that dark red, dripping in slow ropes back into the hole. He kept going, careful not to hit the stone itself, digging down in neat passes. Usually, at about 4 to 5 feet, you start to see the outline of the burial vault, the concrete or metal container that holds the casket. The sides of the hole firm up. You get some clay, some compacted layers. This trench he was making did not change. It was just more of that dark, loose soil, wet, without any groundwater seeping in from the sides. No matter how deep he went, the walls did not show any layering, just the same churned, anonymous stuff, like the pit had no bottom. He checked his depth gauge and called up that he was past 8 feet. That is already deeper than any of us had seen for a standard grave. They stopped him then and brought in a ladder, and the funeral director went down with a flashlight. I was standing back with Nate, and we could hear his footsteps on the rungs, careful, slow. He got to the bottom, and there was this pause. Then he called up in a voice that did not sound like his, saying there was no vault, no casket, nothing. Just more of the same soil as far as he could see with the light. Howard swore under his breath. I know what I said about no profanity, but I am telling you, his face looked like someone had dropped him in ice water. They should have stopped there. But there is that thing people do when something is impossible. They do not walk away, they push harder, because if they can prove it is just a mistake, they can go home that night and sleep. So they dug more. They brought in shoring panels for the sides, worried about collapse, but the walls held, even though they looked too soft. They went down another 3 feet. Same thing. They sent a camera down on a cable, one they usually use for sewer inspections. The feed came up on a little screen, grainy, flickering, showing close-up of dark soil and that same thick red seep in isolated pockets, like the earth itself was sweating it. No box, no bones, nothing. They measured the depth. 11 feet, 12. I do not know what you want to call a hole that has the shape of a grave, the proper stone at the head, the right name and dates, but no body where a body is supposed to be. It is not an empty grave, because the earth is not empty. It is full of something that does not belong to anyone. They covered it back up that day, not because they had found anything, but because nobody wanted to stand there looking into that darkness anymore. The official line was inconclusive. They said maybe there had been a mistake with the burial records. Maybe the casket had been placed slightly off to the side. The family got told as little as possible. They filled the pit in layers, tamping it down, but I swear to you, the next morning, the ground in front of that stone had sunk again, like it was making room for something. The leak did not stop. If anything, it steadied. Not a gush, not a drizzle, just a constant slow emergence, like the cemetery had a wound it could not clot. People started avoiding that side of the hill. The older folks crossed themselves when they drove by, even the ones who had not been in church in years. Kids dared each other to touch the tape and run, but they would not step inside the square. One afternoon, I saw a stray dog trot up the path, sniff around, and then veer hard away from G17, tail between its legs, heading back toward the road at a trot that turned into a run. I stopped listening to music in my earbuds while I worked because I did not like not hearing what was going on behind me. Some days, when I was raking near the veterans section, I could have sworn I heard a slow dripping sound, even when I was nowhere near the south fence. It was faint, and if I stopped and listened hard, it went away. It was only when my back was turned, when my mind wandered, that it would slide in. Drip, drip, not fast, just steady. I started taking the long way home, avoiding the stretch of road that runs right past the cemetery fence. It added 8 minutes to my drive, going around by the lake road, but I could not keep passing those stones every day. My mom asked why I was late, and I told her there was construction. That was easier than explaining that my hands were shaking on the steering wheel every time I saw the top of that hill. You might think the worst is the weird fluid and the empty grave, but that is not what keeps me up now. It is what started happening to the other markers after. Not in the same dramatic way. They did not all start leaking. That would have been almost easier, like we could say the whole place was on bad ground and call in someone to redo the drainage. No, it was slower, quieter. One evening, late April, I was doing a walkthrough before clocking out, making sure there were no tools left out, no branches on the paths. The sun was low, turning the tops of the stones gold. I walked past row D and glanced at a marker I knew well, an older man who had passed a few years back, because his daughter comes every Sunday and leaves fresh flowers. I know his name by heart. When I looked at the stone that afternoon, the birth year was wrong. It was off by 1. I stopped and stared at it. I was sure I remembered it as 1948, because I had this habit of adding up the years in my head to see how old people were when they died, and I recalled thinking he was exactly the same age my uncle would be. Now it said 1949. I thought I was misremembering, so I pulled out my phone and checked an old photo I had of the same area from the fall before. When I had taken a picture of the foliage, I zoomed in. In that picture, the birth year on his stone was 1948. On the physical stone in front of me, it said 1949. The numbers are carved deep. They do not change. You can tell me I misread it the first time, that my brain filled in what it wanted to see in the photo, but I know what I saw. I checked again the next day. It still said 1949. No sign of chisel marks, no patching, no tampering. I did not tell anyone. I did not want another circle of cars and clipboards and official words like inconclusive and anomaly hanging over that family. But once I saw that one, I started noticing little shifts. A middle initial on a stone up by the oak tree that I could have sworn used to be different. A verse at the bottom of another marker that had an extra word one day, like the sentence was stretching. You can drive yourself crazy that way, staring at carved letters, trying to catch them breathing. I tried to ignore it. I tried to focus on the tasks, on my list. Trim this hedge, replace that flag, reseed this bare patch. Stay away from row F unless I absolutely had to go there. But every time I was in that cemetery, I felt like there was a spot in the air, somewhere behind my left shoulder, where something was paying attention. Not looking with eyes, just aware. The only time it faded was when I was right up close to G17. Standing at the tape, staring at that stone, that steady seep at the base. The feeling would shift. Not go away, just move. It felt like standing at the edge of a drain, like everything else in the cemetery. All the other wrongness was slowly running toward that one point. The last time I worked there was the day after they got what they called the final report from the lab. I was in the shed sorting tools when Howard came in holding a manila folder. He is not the type to dramatize, but he looked like he had not slept. He said the lab had sent an addendum. They had run more detailed DNA analysis on one of the later samples from the grave. It still showed multiple human profiles mixed in a way that did not make sense. But this time, there was a partial match flagged. Not a perfect match, but enough markers that their system highlighted it as related to someone in an existing database. The match was me. Not me exactly, not like they pulled my name out of a crime file or something. It was a close relation, they said, first or second degree, parent, sibling, child, something like that. The only reason it pinged at all is because a few years back, I had done one of those mail-in genealogy kits as a joke with my cousin. And apparently the state lab has access to some of that data now. I do not understand how all of that works, but the point is, when they checked the profiles, one of them overlapped with mine more than it should have for a stranger. They asked me if I had cut myself there, if I had been bleeding on site at any time. I told them no. I thought back to every day I had worked that hill. I had scraped my knuckles on stone edges plenty of times, sure, but I had never stood over that stain with an open cut. They asked about my family, if I had any close relatives buried in Pine Hollow. I told them about my dad up on the right slope, but his stone is clean, his grave dry. The woman in G17 was no relation to us that I know of. Her last name is not in our line anywhere. They asked me if I was sure. I said, yes, I am sure, and my voice shook when I said it. After they left, Howard looked at me for a long time. He is not a talker, like I said, but he put a hand on my shoulder and said, "You do not have to work this site anymore if you do not want to." Just like that. He had never said anything like that about any other job. We have dealt with collapsed culverts, ice storms, downed lines, nasty things. You just get on with it. This time, he gave me an out without me asking. I took it. I told him I needed a few days, and he said he would put me on downtown cleanup instead. That night, I dreamt of the grave again, but it was different. I was not standing at the tape. I was in the hole, down where the casket should have been, the walls close around me, the soil pressing in. It was dark, but I could feel something thick and wet seeping through the seams of the boards under my feet, except there were no boards. When I looked down, there was no bottom, just a slow pulsing red depth that went on and on. I woke up with my heart pounding so hard, I thought it was going to crack my ribs. I checked my phone. It was 3:03 a.m. The room felt too small. the air too thin. That was the first night I got in my truck and just drove. Nowhere in particular, just circles around the edges of town, trying to stop shaking. I ended up parking by the cemetery gate. I did not mean to. It was like my hands turned the wheel on their own. I sat there with the engine idling and the headlights pointed at the iron bars. The gate was shut, but not locked. It never is. The hill beyond was a blacker shape against the sky. I turned off the headlights because it felt wrong, shining them in there. The only light was from the little solar lantern someone had hung on the fence for their relative near the front. It glowed a weak yellow. I told myself I would not get out of the truck, that I would sit there until my breathing slowed and then go home. I lasted maybe 5 minutes. I do not know what made me open the door. Maybe it was the drip sound in my head, timed with my pulse. Maybe it was the thought that if I did not check, if I did not see it with my own eyes at night, the images my brain would make up would be worse than whatever was real. I stepped out. The gravel under my boots sounded too loud. I felt exposed, like every stone on that hill had turned to watch me. I do not mean literally. No faces looking, nothing like that. Just that stupid feeling you get when you are alone in a place meant for other people. I opened the gate and slipped through, not lifting it like I do in the daytime. It groaned anyway. I walked up the main path, my breath fogging in front of me. The air felt colder once I was inside the fence, like there was a line at the gate and I had crossed it. I cut left at the old maple and headed down toward the south fence, my feet knowing the way even in the dark. I did not use my phone flashlight. Some part of me thought that if I did not shine light on it, it would not fully see me back. As I got closer, I could smell it, stronger than before. That sweet metallic edge thick in the air, like standing too close to a slaughterhouse drain, except there are no animals in a graveyard, just people. I stopped at where I knew the tape should be. I could not see it well, just a faint paler line against the dark. My eyes adjusted and I could just make out the shape of the stone, the rectangle of darker soil in front of it. And then I saw it, a glimmer of something catching what little light there was. The pool at the base was not still. It was rising, not spilling, not splashing, just pushing upward in a slow dome, like water under a sheet stretching. It swelled until it was almost level with the top of the little depression in the ground, trembling, and then a single thick drop slid down the front of the stone, leaving a trail that glistened in the dark. It hit the ground with a sound too heavy for its size. I swear I heard it. A soft, wet tap. I stood there, my heart pounding so loud I could feel it in my throat. I wanted to run, but my legs would not obey. Another drop formed, then another, at regular intervals, almost like a heartbeat. I found myself matching my breathing to it without meaning to. Inhale, drip, exhale, drip. My head felt light. I leaned forward a little, eyes straining. For a second, I thought I saw something in the reflection on that rising surface. Not my face exactly, but a shape that matched my outline standing where I was, except the shoulders were wrong, like something was sitting on them or inside them. I blinked hard and the image shattered into ripples. That broke whatever hold it had on me. I took a step back, then another. The sweet metallic smell hit the back of my throat and I gagged. I turned and walked fast, then faster, breaking into a run up the path, slipping on loose gravel, catching myself on the trunk of the maple when I almost went down. I did not look back. I got to the truck, fumbled the keys, dropped them, swore under my breath without saying the words out loud, grabbed them again with shaking fingers, and finally got the engine started. I pulled away too fast, tires spitting stones, the gate shrinking in the rear view. My hands did not stop shaking until I was back in my mom's driveway. I sat there in the dark cab, the engine ticking as it cooled, and I told myself that was it. I would go in, sleep if I could, and in the morning I would tell Howard I could not go back. I did. He did not argue. He just wrote my name under a different task list, and that was the end of my official connection to Pine Hollow Cemetery. Unofficially, it has not let me go. I still drive the long way around town. I still wake up at 3 a.m. more nights than not, feeling like my bed is sinking on one side, like there is a slow, steady leak under the house that nobody else hears. I cannot look at red paint without thinking it is too thick. I change the route I take when I walk to the store. There is a little churchyard on the way that I used to cut past without thinking, and now I cross to the other side of the street and keep my eyes on the sidewalk. My mom asked why I will not visit my dad's grave anymore. I told her I am busy, that I remember him better in my head than standing in front of a stone. That is true, but it is not the whole truth. The whole truth is I am afraid that if I go up on that right slope and stand there looking down across the rows, I will see some new stain creeping from another base, some new wrongness taking root, and I do not think I can go through it again. They never closed the cemetery. They could not. People keep dying. They need somewhere to go. The grave at G17 is still there. The tape comes and goes, depending on whether the town is trying to pretend things are normal. Some days they take it down for a funeral nearby and forget to put it back up right away. The leak slows sometimes, according to the guys I still talk to on the crew, then starts again. The reports are filed. The lab work sits in some drawer. On paper, nothing is concluded. In person, when you stand there, it is concluded enough. Something under that stone, under that patch of earth, does not follow any rule we have for places for the dead. And the part I cannot stop circling in my head, the thing that sits behind my eyes at night when the house is quiet, is that partial match, that little note in a report, saying that some piece of whatever is coming out of that ground recognizes me. I keep thinking about how many times I walked through that cemetery as a kid, skidding down the slopes, hiding behind stones during games of tag. How many times I tripped, scraped a knee, left a smear of blood on the dirt that sank in and vanished. All of us in this town have fed that ground without knowing it. Little drops over years, tiny offerings. Maybe most cemeteries are like that. Maybe most of them are quiet about it. Maybe Pine Hollow just reached a point where it could not keep all of it down anymore, and G17 happened to be the place where it found a way out. So when you hear about the grave that bleeds in some small town in Maine, and you laugh and say it is a hoax, some trick with tubes, or a prank with animal blood, I get it. I really do. I used to think everything had a fix, a pipe to patch, a drain to clear. Now I change the channel when they mention cemeteries on TV. I turn the radio up when I drive past any place with headstones, even the little family plots by old farmhouses out on the back roads. I do not go to funerals anymore. I send flowers and a card and make an excuse about work. I am not telling you this, so you will come here and see it. I hope you do not. I am sitting here at 3 a.m. in my truck by the edge of town. The heater blowing lukewarm air, the cemetery gate, a darker line against the trees in my rearview mirror. Even though I am parked facing the other way, and I am saying this into my phone because I need someone out there to know that sometimes the ground does not just hold the dead. Sometimes it keeps a little piece of the living it touches, and if enough of those pieces soak in, it might start to push something back up. I will not walk past cemeteries anymore. I cross the street. I cross whole towns if I have to. If I see a stone or a plastic flower out of the corner of my eye, I look away. And if someday you are visiting someone or cutting through a graveyard on your way home, and you see a patch of soil that looks too dark, too warm, with something thick and red seeping up slow where it should be dry, do yourself a favor. Do not touch it. Do not take a picture. Do not stand there trying to figure it out. Just back up, turn around, and leave it alone. Whatever it is keeping track of, you do not want your name in that mix.